Okay, give me a second. I'm going to post this on Discord. Do you all hear the music? Let me know if you don't, or if it's too loud. Tell me if things are bad. And it begins. The music is in place. It is. Hopefully I don't get DMCA'd.
Oh no!
If I do, then whatever. Y'all get the live experience. This gets taken down. YouTube channel gone. All
Now the whole stream.
Okay, here. Here you go. Discord. Okay. Kind of a special stream for your birthday. Oh, it's your birthday, Lamp. What's up? Happy birthday. 1,000 followers from me. Happy birthday to you. Oh my goodness. So.
Hello? Test. Wait, I just want to test really quick. Everybody hear me?
What?
What?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you do hear the music. It's been good. Okay, good, great, awesome. Hang on. Let me lower it because it's blasting in my ears. Hang on. I need to make this a little bit quieter. Okay. Yes. Yuma's hoping for DMC, so I don't get to hear this the moment. But okay, so I remember last night at like 3 a.m. because I was up already at 3 a.m. We were talking, and I said that today was going to be a kind of a special Yuri Friday. And originally I thought it was because we were going to be like reading out Highway Blossoms. But also, y'all hear me okay? Yeah, I think so. It's still going to the yellow. That's good. You can't hear Nitori? Really? That's... Actually? And don't... Okay, so the reason why it's special... The reason why it's special is because, Nitori is actually with me.
Yeah.
In the same room. If you can't hear Nitori, then there's something wrong with my mic, because...
Then that would be an issue.
Yeah, that would be weird, because I see it working when I'm not talking. Like, say something?
Hello? Hello?
Oh, it's actually not picking you up very well.
Maybe you try the other setting.
Nitori is pretty different than normal. Yeah. Okay, how about that?
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Okay, so you can hear her, but you don't see her sprite moving, and the reason is because IRL collab. Oh my god.
Oh
Yeah, she sounds far away.
I do?
Well,
how about now? Because we just changed the setting on the mic.
Yeah.
IRL collab, let's go!
Yeah. So I was like, because after the earthquake on a couple weeks ago,
yeah, it was
right?
a couple weeks
like
now.
when we were reading First Snow, better land clear nice. When we were reading First Snow, there was an earthquake, and we felt the earthquake within seconds of each other.
Right.
And we were like, holy shit, we live actually like really close to each other.
So like, oh, surprise! I guess we could do an IRL collab.
Yeah.
So here we are.
Yuma's loud and confident voice versus quiet and shiny Tori.
Yeah.
And giggles will be real high. I'm sorry if we're like super loud. It's like I saw that going into the red, so I was like, I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm just so excited. Is that the Yuri energy?
So we had a special stream today because we hit 1,000 subs on YouTube. Yay! The Iron Lions, 1,000 people, and I actually am really close to 2,000 on Twitch, which is kind of crazy, which makes sense because
you said welcome to the Iron Lions 2,000 times.
Yeah, I must have, at least, because I also said welcome to the Airlines to people on YouTube then, too, yeah.
Over 2,000 times.
Over 2,000 times. The Yuri energy brought them together. The earthquake made it happen. What's up, guys? Happy Yuri Friday. I actually have some Yuri facts. Yay, I want some Yuri facts.
Ooh.
But yeah, so... And I'm almost actually at 1,000 followers on Twitter, which is crazy to me. Also because, yeah, I just didn't... Like, I didn't expect the Twitter one to match up with the YouTube one. I was like, oh, they grow at the same rate, I guess.
Yeah.
And freaking Twitch just grows at double the rate, I guess. Well, Twitch I started a lot later, too.
Well, that's also where you normally stream.
Yeah,
stuff,
that is.
So people, like, check out your content.
Yeah.
You're always live there.
This is freaking fun. What are we going to do for 2K on Twitch? I guess the 24-hour stream is what I'm doing for 2K on Twitch, because... But it's supposed to be for Extra Life.
For Extra Life, yeah.
But then Extra Life is supposed to be in November.
I mean, I guess that could be both, right? 24 hours for Extra Life.
Yeah.
2K on Twitch.
Yeah.
Double celebration.
I guess. Platonic Yuri. Yuma was being sneaky on Domo's stream. I was trying to get the Yuri out of Leaflet today. Yeah. I was like,
extract the Yuri.
Extract it from her voice.
Most of the people there from Leaflet stream know about her Yuri.
Yeah, I mean, but the people who watch Domo don't.
That's true.
That audience is very different. I think.
That's true. That just means
we're super hyped for this, to be honest. Okay. Yuma felt a certain way after thinking of Nitori caused the earthquake. I didn't cause the earthquake. What are you talking about? Lurker Frogs on Twitch always be looking for new VTubers. Yeah. What are you gonna introduce for Spooktober? Okay, so tomorrow, if I make $2,000 total on my extra life, and we can see we're actually at like 1,000 something. I can't read it.
Yo, we're so close.
Yeah, on yeah. If I can get to 2,000, like if I make I don't know $900 in a day, like what is that? What it was? 24 hours? Well, whatever my $2,000 total goal. If I can make that, then I will play Spooky's House of Jump Scares.
Wait, what's that? I never
You've
heard of
never
that.
heard of Spooky's House of Jump Scares? Oh my gosh. Okay, so Spooky's House of Jump Scares is a game that's just full of jump scares.
As I can tell from the title.
It's like so it's in first person view, and you're going through this like really cute looking dungeon, and then these like cute things just jump scare you.
So it's cute but jump scary.
It's cute but jump scares, and then it eventually goes into not cute anymore.
Oh no.
So I was like, I don't know how much of this I can take, because some of them are just really scary jump scares. So Yuma's gang turning a profit now. Hell yeah. Extract the Yuri from her slimy body. 2K Twitch, make a speedrun for a game? Speedrun? Which I don't have any games that I practice well enough to speedrun. First fact, the Disney animated show The Owl House has a bisexual girl protagonist and another girl main character who's lesbian and has a crush on the protagonist.
Yes,
what?
Owl House has canonical Disney Yuri in it.
Really?
It's so good.
Oh, that's awesome. I'd love to donate, but I gotta save it for my PC. Don't worry about it, Mary. I appreciate the thought. I'm just gonna try and shill myself tomorrow. Sounds like Final Fantasy VII in the background. You are correct, Punk Disciple. Oh my gosh. Wait, Punk, what's your Twitch name? I never know if you're in my Twitch streams or if you're only the like have you been missing this like all my streams since Okami?
No.
We get here we go. Yeah. Here. Wait. Owl House is canon magical Yuri. Hell yes. Okay, so what I'm gonna do.
You okay?
Introduce the story. And then we're gonna swap it over to the scene. Oh my god.
It's a very special day.
It's a very special day. It doesn't matter if I stay for. I'm actually pinting you on here. Yeah, you are pinting you on here. Yeah, this is gonna be a good reading. Month 2 of trying to beat the first Blitzball game in Final Fantasy X. I only watch you on YouTube. Oh, I'm so sorry, Punk. Well, this is all for you then, dude. This is your stream, man.
We're back.
Let's go. My Twitch is the same name as my YouTube. I'm gonna start trying to get a good PC build. I'm positive, by the way. Positive J-curve. I'm with Punk. Nice. Big Schlong is also YouTube exclusive. Remember not to skip the author's note. I had to remove some IRL names from the author's notes, but yep, this is great idea. Let's invite Nitori over IRL so she can see me embarrassed. My next fact, if you don't know about Tomoe and Sukuya from Niji-Sanji, those two girls are dating and have a cute but also lewd relationship. Yes. Yeah, I like them. I used to be a proud YouTuber gang, not VTuber gang. Okay. Also, _EH in Twitch. Yeah, Mr. _EH. Here you are more formal than in... I guess you can't hear the music, huh?
No, I can't.
Oh. Well, it's basically just Tifa's theme over and over again. So
for an hour.
Yeah, for an hour. So I don't have any sound effects. I might have been able to set them up if I thought about this earlier and had expected to do this today, but very special Yuri Friday. We are celebrating 1,000 subscribers? That's what they call them. Subscribers on Twitch. I mean, not on Twitch. On YouTube. 1,000 subscribers on YouTube.
There you go.
We're getting cringe, all the cringe and horny. Oh my gosh, you're gonna feel things. Oh
Tell
my
me more how
god.
I'm gonna feel things today.
Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna feel embarrassment for the most part. Okay, why don't we just switch it over and end my misery right now? Okay, we're gonna
Let's
switch it
jump
over.
right in.
Okay, so I've set up a scene.
Oh, this is so cool.
This is a Final Fantasy VII fanfiction, and the main pairing is Tifa and Elena. It says it right in the description of the fanfic.
Very first.
The
couple
very
sentences.
first line. It says that. Let me drink some water. Haven't seen a stream on YouTube since Firewatch? Yeah, right?
It's been a long time.
Firewatch.
Yeah.
Did I switch affiliate
put
on
on
Firewatch?
YouTube? I don't
Whatever
remember.
the last one that I streamed on YouTube. Yuma is the storyteller of our age. I saw fanfiction and came as fast as I can. Oh my gosh.
Welcome.
Yeah. Because I know that this is gonna get a lot lower viewership than usual. I'm totally fine with that. I'm very happy about
But the
that.
flip side is it's gonna be on YouTube forever.
Forever! Okay. What's this say? And Tifa and Elena having their bonding moment being held upside down over a mountain in Wutai. That's not what happens here. This is a moment. Okay. By the way, Yuma, do you have fanfiction for Bomber Lady and Tifa? I don't. I only have this one fanfiction that I've never finished. Other than that, I've mostly written original characters, and so that's why I kind of stopped doing this because I got more invested in my original characters than I'm already second half embarrassed. Yuma's truly the Yuri Shakespeare of our time.
I was gonna say this is your masterpiece.
Yes. Did you finally return to YouTube? Sort of return to YouTube. I will have some YouTube exclusive content such as this, but for the most part, I think I'll be playing the rest of Final Fantasy VII on YouTube as well. Erica and I talked about it, and we are like, yeah, maybe we should switch it over to YouTube because it's more chill that way. So, I expected the chat to be slower, but this chat is going just as fast as Twitch. So we're reading fanfics. We are reading fanfiction here. It is the cringe. I'm not ready. Okay.
I'm excited to see.
So I'm going to do the narrator.
Uh-huh.
Nitori is going to read the lines for Elena. Yes.
And then is there anyone else?
There's like some other side characters. There's like Marlene, there's Denzel. You don't know these characters.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nitori's not my Final Fantasy VII and I hate it.
I'm sorry.
I'm already cringing. Where are you in the Final Fantasy playthrough? We finished Wall Market. We are actually at the Shinra HQ now. And we took the stairs. And then I fucked up a whole bunch of times in the, wait, can I say that on YouTube? I can't remember. I think so.
I mean, you're not monetized, so you can say
Okay, I'm not monetized. I
You
can
say
say whatever
whatever
the
you
fuck I want! Okay, we got to the Shinra HQ. We were on like floor 64 or something like that. We just finished the library puzzle, and we got to the gym, and then we saved, and we're like, we'll start from here next time. I did link this in my Discord servers, you VTubers. I read this. Thank you, Solve. Thank you, Solve. Are we gonna get author's notes as well? You are gonna get the author's notes.
All the author's notes.
Alright. Okay. I guess we'll just get started.
Yeah, might as well jump right into
I am
it.
into my OCs. My OCs are like, I've been writing my OCs for like over a decade. I'll say that much. Over a decade. This fanfiction was posted in 2005. This was posted in 2005.
Just thinking about the things that I did when I was in 2005.
Don't tell me. Don't make me
I'm not
feel.
gonna say anything.
Don't make me feel older than I already am. Don't make me feel older than I already am. Okay. Yuma feeling some feelings over Cloud and Address. Nah, Cloud and Address, I don't know, man.
That's different.
It's different. Which code was yours in the library? I think mine was King and Hojo. This was best. Ours was best. Okay. Let's get started. You already see the description here. Tifa and Elena, post-advent children, Tifa has opened a new bar, and she hires the Turks, come on, Yuma, as a few temporary helping hands for Seventh Heaven. However, unusual memories of an unfamiliar past stirs questions that she did not know the answers to. Updated summary, read and review, please.
Woo! Everyone, just give us a...
Don't read it! Don't review it! No! All the way up from 2005, opening up the cringe portal. Yes. You were 6 in 2005? I'm throwing up in my mouth a little bit. You need to begin. What's up, Bobman Bob? Yo.
Hey, Bobman, it's your home.
For you. You back home now.
Yeah. My stomping grounds.
I hope that this doesn't say anything. Okay. March 8th, 2007. Author's note. I don't think we're gonna get through to chapter 3 today, to be honest.
It's gonna take so long, just like go through all the author's notes.
I didn't know Final Fantasy existed in 2005. Final Fantasy 7 came out in 1997, yo. Yuma's puking.
Wait, so, sorry, on another note, how long does it take to beat Final Fantasy 7?
I think if you don't get Gold Chocobo and stuff like that, probably like 20 hours.
Okay, maybe I can play it and finish it before next time.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, and then I would actually be caught up on the source material.
Wait, Yuma, that's my birthday? What's your birthday?
March
1997?
8th, 2007?
March 8th, 2007? You were born on... No, there's no way you were born 2007.
No.
There's no way you were born 2007.
Oh my god.
Also, you can see how cringy it fucking is. Like, look at that stupid emote. Oh, I'm so 2005 right here, 2007. Oh my god. I was 11 in 2005? Okay. I feel even older now. Yeah, I'm just not even gonna think. Look at all the iron lines inside one YouTube chat. I know, we're all united in this one YouTube chat. Freaking preview button. I had everything all typed up and perfect, then it deleted everything. Gah!
I hate when that happens.
Anyway. Greater than, period, less than. Gah! I'll be adding these little updated notes because the old notes are just what was going on when I was actually writing the chapter. XD! But yeah, since I'm posting on DeviantArts, it's not posted on DeviantArts anymore. This is actually posted on fanfiction.net. My 13-year-old sister was born in 2007. Yeah, she would be 13 years old now.
God.
Yes, correct. I was 12 in 2005, right? I mean, I can see it's serious. I figured I should add updates to it. Gives me a chance to read over them and edit stuff I felt like changing. I'm glad I can still read chapter 1 and not want to rewrite it though. I do want to rewrite it. I want to rewrite it now. This is 13 years ago. This is how badly I want to rewrite it. I'm also glad I haven't given up on this fanfic after a year. My other stuff, other than cow plushies, I had deleted that. I think I was like younger than this when I wrote that one, and I deleted that off of the face of the earth.
I'm curious what this cow plushie thing
It was Harvest Moon.
Oh.
I've thrown away before I posted D:. But I'm not going to do that with this fic. I've got everything planned out in a general direction, so I still have some stuff to play around with XD. So yeah, enjoy. I hope you enjoy it as much as I enjoyed writing it.
XD ...
Original author's note. This was the 2005 version. I need some water.
Oh no. I'm just like skimming over this and like,
oh god. Just a way for me to vent my pent-up need for romance on Christmas Eve/day.
We have a word for that.
Just because it's boarding midnight. What's the word for it, huh?
Oh my god,
what's the word? Nitori.
I can't say it on YouTube.
F cow plushie.
I'm gonna get canceled.
Cancel for my stream. Never collab again. So pure, so say-so right here. Sucks being single this time of year. There may be spoilers. If you haven't finished the game and have already watched Last Order or Advent Children, then I'm ashamed of you. You need to play the game first to get the full experience.
I'm getting called out here.
Oh gosh. Okay. This is kind of an amusing idea I played with when I was around 12. This is 12.
Oh my god.
I had an RP character named Ex-Soldier Tifa because I thought, hey, if Cloud's memory could be warped like that, who says Tifa's isn't? The idea came back to me after reading a Tifa in-depth bio on a shrine called Loveless and watching Last Order again. It kind of answered questions as to how Tifa got to Midgar and how she recovered from the Sephiroth encounter in Mount Nibel. You know nothing about
I don't know
what I'm
any
talking
of
about.
this.
Okay, that's fine. Can't cancel what wasn't confirmed to begin with. You was in the shape of... What does that mean? Don't worry about it. I'll gladly get spoiled for this. What is this, a regular romantic fanfiction or the expansive fanfiction? What's the expansive fanfiction? 12-year-old Yuma, oh my gosh. We're cringing super fucking hard. So here it is, a weird little piece of yay that I came up with at 1 a.m. on Christmas Eve / day.
Wait. So what is this? A shrine called Loveless. What is that?
Loveless is the name of the theater that's in Sector 7 in Midgar.
Oh.
And there was a shrine, which is like the way that people called fan websites for characters back then. And Loveless was one that went in depth into Final Fantasy 7 lore.
So it's like a blog post dedicated to...
As Yuma is younger than me, I don't know how old you are, and I'm also not going to confirm or deny, and it's just generally saying that I was around maybe 12, but it's not. This is what I had an RP character before, and anyway, warning: shoujo ai / Yuri / lesbian themes.
Hey,
You've been warned. If you hate, you leave. None in this chapter, but there will be later. Okay, and then we begin. All right. When you meet someone, there are characteristics and trademarks that you remember about them. For example, one might say, did you see that girl with the dark hair, or that guy in the blue shirt, etc. That girl with the dark hair has a name, and so does the guy in the blue shirt. Names, however, are also means of a trademark to recognize a person. Wait, I gotta scroll down. There are millions of names, yet many are duplicated, so it's not exactly original, but when someone mentions it, they recognize a person's face, triggered by the name. The treasure is in my hand, you must Marian Sage. Ish. I would say that's probably correct. She watched Haruhi Suzumiya no Yutsu, so I'm guessing that's correct. Tifa Lockhart, the big-breasted one in Avalanche. The girl who could beat machines down with her fist. The girl who never missed a death blow when she was wearing the God's Hand. All of these aliases led to one person. One person who didn't quite know who the hell she was, but she was always the optimist on the outside. She'd hide her own insecurities to bring up the spirits of others, one way or another. But hey, you! More beer. Being called you sometimes could suffice. Yeah, I'm coming. Tifa responded with an exasperated sigh. I'm starting to have regulars again. Oh my god, the big-breasted one. Yes, the big-breasted one. That's how people knew her. For real though, like...
But it's different coming from you.
Why?
I don't know. Because you started this chapter with
the big
lesbian tones of,
Yes, that's correct. The chosen one. The chosen big-breasted one. She stated with a smirk on her face, placing a mug of beer on the man's table. The bartender, waitress, and owner then crossed her arms over her chest and tilted her head, stating in an almost motherly tone, "It's sad to think that my regulars don't even know my name, though." Ben was his name. He was a former Shinra employee who had lost his job because he was leaking secrets to the media. Don't worry, Chiva. I don't remember his name. He slurred. With the ampersand with 2 periods. Yes, all of them. I thought that was cool at the time. I don't know why I fucking thought it was cool, but I thought it was so cool. I was like, yeah, this looks way better than 3. 3's too long. He slurred, then grinned. You don't know mine, though. It's Rufus. He stood up and turned to the group of people he was drinking with and exclaimed, "Look at me! I'm the president of Shinra! I'm an asshole who got the company from his daddy!" At the time, I actually forgot that President Shinra had died. So, spoilers, that happened. This has some lore, too. It does. Chief was Lord Shine. So artistic. It was bittersweet for Tifa to watch people like Ben. Sweet to see Shinra was still hated. Bitter because the results for those who opposed them. Those lives Shinra ruined were always ruined effectively, trying to keep their own reputation from decreasing. It was their fault the meteor fall had occurred. It was their fault Cloud's past was messed up as it was, and their fault, frankly speaking, the world sucked. There were some advantages, though. She had been getting to know a few of the Turks on their off days. Even though she hated Shinra with a passion, and the Turks were quite possibly one of the most important variables in Shinra's success, Tifa wasn't one to hold grudges towards paying customers. Beer me, Lockhart! The obnoxious voice rang from a table in the corner. Wait, those edgy writing chops? Yuma has a convincing drunk voice? I've got practice. Their fault, frankly speaking, the world sucked. Yup! That's what teenage me thought! The usual trio of Turks sat there. They were the ones that Avalanche had encountered most often. And they were also the ones who frequented the semi-newly rebuilt 7th Heaven most often. Wait, most often? Most often? Jesus, come on. Can you not repeat yourself? Jesus. The other Turks.
That's how you write at 1 a.m. on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, 1 a.m. on Christmas Eve. The other Turks Tifa had never even met, and she didn't know if she would want to. However, if they were anything like these three, then she might have made an exception or two. Reno was the fiery loudmouth whom Tifa could see arguing with Yuffie Kisaragi or Barrett Wallace over a small detail like laughing in his direction. The Turk would sometimes act cool and collected, but once he was started up, he'd rampage. It was always refreshing and even appealing sometimes to see people with energy to spare and radiate to others. Reno was one of those people. He'd always have a snide smirk on his face, and he'd probably fight for his team no matter the possible outcomes, win or lose. That was a given as a Turk, though. Perfection was merely a prerequisite, or a job requirement for them. Yuma, goth, edgy teenager, confirmed self-cringe. I know! So edgy! I wasn't goth, though. I did wear wristbands, though. I was really into wristbands.
Oh, like those, rubber wristbands?
No, like sweatbands. Like... Oh,
like the
like Kingdom Hearts wristbands. Can I show you some Kingdom Hearts wristbands? Fuck off. This whole experience is so cringe right now. Wait, shit. Kingdom Hearts images. I think Kairi had wristbands in the first one. Kairi. Kingdom Hearts 1. Come on, 1. Here, see these yellow wristbands? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like sweatbands.
I loved that shit. Sweatbands, yes, actual sweatbands. Damn, Yuma was super cool. I was such a nerd.
12-year-old me is reeling.
Oh no. I would wear those as kids if I knew where to buy them. Yeah, this honestly surprisingly well punctuated, not joking. For like being as young as I was, I'm surprised that I had this like aside from the fucking 2 dot ellipses.
The emotes.
The dot, not the
emoji.
Yeah, and the emoji. I can't XD anymore. It's not a part of my biology. God, the edgy Yuma. Now I'm imagining Yuma with hair dyed black, wearing Hot Topic black and red attire, thick black lipstick and eyeshadow. Okay, there's the fan art right now.
So just Ron from Afterglow.
Ron from Big Dream. Oh my god, Red Dogs Chai. Yo, the Twitch people are migrating over for a second here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. 12-year-old 1 a.m. Yuma is well punctuated, yes.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what being drunk meant. Like, at the time, I didn't know anything about alcohol. So, like, I remember just beer, and I was like, I don't know how many beers it takes for a person to get drunk. I don't know anything about beer. Oh my gosh. So, okay. You need Yuma fan art on top of Yuma. Okay. I already read this part. Wait, to Tifa, Reno almost seemed like a male version of Yuffie, minus the stealing and bounciness. Maybe that was one reason she liked having him around. Though she hated to admit it sometimes, Yuffie was one of the reasons their group didn't fall into depression. Without her, Tifa wouldn't have had any other female companionship, and Tifa would have probably gone crazy. So, without Tifa, Avalanche would have been a sausage fest with a cat plushie and a dog. sausage fest. Seeing someone laugh at my fanfiction in real life is so hard. I'm sorry. He was drinking the drink juice. The XD will never die. It's matcha from Studio Line. I've been posting a bit of fan art on there. Oh my gosh, so good. Rude could have probably been the polar opposite of Reno. Calm, collective, and conservative. He never once talked about himself around Tifa. Perhaps because of insecurity, or maybe he was just being plain shy. Rude was like double ellipses. ... a bodyguard. Always with his sunglasses on and knowing how to handle himself in those turkey jobs. Tifa though. Tifa though. Being one to see the small details in people's years of practice. People through years of practice could definitely see through that stony facade. It might have sounded... Oh my god, Yuma. Yuma always knew about the large... What? Plushie reference? Did these turkey jobs? Bounciness, yes. Bounciness, that was... Okay, so the bounciness was referring to Yuffie being like a bouncy Genki person. Upbeat Genki. Yeah. Not bouncy.
Boy,
not like
boy.
Tifa bouncy boy. This 12-year-old hot topic Yuma. My dark fanfiction past, I was so edgy back then. Okay, where were we? It may sound conceited on her part, but she knew that he liked her. She had the kind of sixth sense. Remember, I realized I was gay at 12 years old. So, like, this was written after I was 12 years old, but it was around then. And so, this was written with the thought of, I thought I was bisexual. So I was like, oh, okay, there might be some straight themes in this. And I was like, nah, this is gonna be Yuri. So, like, after a while, I realized, girls are pretty nice.
So this first chapter was written with, like,
bisexual ideas.
Energy.
Yeah, bisexual energy. So she knew that he liked him. She had that kind of sixth sense to see those kinds of little hints and clues. It was cute in a way, but Tifa never felt that way for him. And she couldn't explain it, but she felt she probably never would. She hadn't felt that way for anyone except... Enough about that. She forced the thought to the back of her mind. Lastly, there was Elena. Just another cute blonde in Tifa's life. Another cute blonde meaning Cloud's the other cute blonde. So, see the bisexual energy?
Like, okay.
Yeah. Another cute blonde in Tifa's life. Maybe it was something about the way she looked or acted, but Tifa felt a certain itch when she was around the girl. She felt an itch that she couldn't scratch because she didn't know where it was, why it was there, or how she would scratch it. It wasn't a sexual itch either. Just to make sure you understood that it wasn't a sexual itch. Jesus. At least she'd know how to scratch that. Bold.
Oh my
that. Ugh. It was more of a blurry sense of deja vu, or of an alternate universe, where she made whenever she made eye contact with Elena. Perhaps she was just a hybrid of all of the interesting people in her life, and it made her remember them. She had the hair color, that rare blonde, which Cloud had. I realized, looking back at the characters, that there were very few blonde characters in Final Fantasy, so it was rare to have. There was like Rufus, President Shinra, Cloud, Elena, and I think that was roughly it. An itch. A mighty itch. This was teenage me, too. This is teenage me. Oh my god, let me have some more drink. I need some alcohol, that's what I fucking need. It's bold.
Drinking stream.
No, this is just iced coffee, and I also have a boba, and I also have water. Okay, maybe I should drink the water. Good lord. This is bold, bro.
You don't have a hydrate redeem.
There's no hydrate redeem.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe Tifa just had some kind of weakness for blondes. Elena still had that newbie kind of feel that Aerith did when they first met. Tifa could still recall the time the youngest Turk had leaked information out to them by accident. Where am I here? Tifa wondered how long it would have taken them to get to Junon if they didn't... How long would it have taken them to get to Junon if they didn't hear about it from Elena? Anyway, Elena also had the spunk, the defiant and rebellious attitude which Yuffie carried. And though Tifa didn't particularly want to think of such a corny line, she had the same analyzing brown eyes that she herself had. "Quit staring and give me a beer," Reno blurted, reeling Tifa out of her reflective reverie. Jesus, I wasn't ready for teen Yuma. This is so much earlier than the beer.
Oh my god.
It's just as cringy as I thought. Yep, newbie. Reno characteristically remained silent as he sipped on his own beer, but Elena had to interfere. This is you then.
Yeah. You got work tomorrow. Give it a rest.
A mock exhausted look and a bit of a laugh. Then after a moment, Elena said enthusiastically,
Beer me too.
Elena took her work seriously, yes, but a beer or two wouldn't hurt. I assumed.
I guess. I don't know.
She was no longer the new recruit, so she didn't have to worry about messing up. Perfection was just part of the job. Newbie, Tifa, Yuma, school teacher. For Elena, it was only around those two, Reno and Rude, that she could be really be comfortable. She already had passed the awkward newbie stage, and she never felt any kind of attraction towards them, so insecurities were long gone. The two were like her brothers to her on off days. On work days, they'd have to try and keep a professional atmosphere. They had worked together for years, and even during training. This is your thought now.
What about training?
She thought absently. Must have lost her train of thought. Ominous. Ooh. Tifa saluted them from halfway across the floor and retreated to the bar. She quickly came back with 2 more beers, saying as she placed them down on the table, I should hire some help. Being bartender and waitress is a killer on busy nights. I hate having to drag Marlene from a normal life to tend a bar. Because that's what they did in the game. They had a 6-year-old tending the bar. She's 9 in this. This is 3 years after the events of Final Fantasy VII.
Okay.
And so Marlene is 6 in Final Fantasy VII, so she's 9 here. Tifa was 21 in the events of Final Fantasy VII, so she's 24 here. And Elena, they never gave her an age, but I assume she's 23. 20. Hi, Yuma. What's up, Aunt Laura?
Hey.
What are you doing, step bro?
No,
step bro here. No. She's gonna be thirsty on the stream. I'm gonna have some more water. I'm gonna have to pee a lot.
I feel like there's gonna be a lot of that.
Oh my god, okay. This is pretty normal for me. I fanfiction very deep in fanfiction.net, so this is fun. Awesome. Okay. Where was I? Tenant bar. However, the bills were piling in, sorry. Didn't exactly give her the funds she needed to hire any other help. Come to think of it, you guys haven't paid your tabs. The 3, including Reno, grew silent at that comment. I guess I specified Reno because he's usually talkative. This is stepsis here, is that later? I'm Brazilian, I understand nothing, no problem. And you can just enjoy us laughing at my own cringe if you want. Perhaps they sobered up at the thought of exactly how much money they owed Tifa.
Oof.
Reno merely stared blankly at her, his body angle frozen for a minute. Elena lowered her head, and Rude, ever prepared, took out a calculator. They didn't have cell phones. They had those.
Oh, yeah.
This is.
Oh my god.
He took out a physical calculator.
One of those little, like, TI-89.
Like a Nokia fucking phone. Like a Nokia phone right here. Yeah.
Oh, man.
The bustling of the rest of the bar continued behind them, none of the 4 uttering a word. Reno, however, finished the calculations and showed it to Elena and Reno with a sigh. If possible, they grew even more silent, and the hope looks... I started a sentence with and. And the hopeless looks on their faces were priceless. Finally, Elena said,
I wonder how many paychecks that is.
Reno chugged his beer down and slammed the mug onto the table. We're never gonna pay that off. Are you sure you didn't hit a few extra zeros in that calculation? Tifa went through the numbers in her mind. They've come at least 2 days every week for the past year or so, not including vacations. Between the 3 of them, they ordered 10 or more beers amongst each other.
How many?
10 or more beers would be like $50 a night, depending on what quality of beer. For two days in every
2 days.
I didn't
week?
actually do like I don't know how much beer cost back then, and so I was like, okay, somebody do the math here. Let me do the math.
Let me pull out my calculator.
My phone calculator. You can start a sentence with and. I learned that in college English class. You can start a sentence with and as long as you continue the sentence particle after a comma in the end of the sentence. I think. Grammar self-cringe, yeah. Okay, so let's say each beer was, let's say she's overpriced and they're like $10 each.
Okay,
Even at $10 each. Every week for the past year, so 52 weeks, 2 times a week, so 104 times. Times 104. And then
every time they enter.
And then every time they had 10 or more beers, so that's times 10. So $10,400.
Yeah,
that sounds like a pretty big tab.
Right?
That's a pretty big tab.
Sounds like something to be shocked about. Yeah.
As long as after you continue the idea of the previous sentence, as far as I know, Tifa is top. Tifa is top. I mean, what? Okay. And occasionally some food. So, and in addition to that, some food. That's just the beers. 10 beers. So 3 beers between the 3 of them each, roughly. Like, let's say if even 4 beers between the 3 of them. I didn't know how many beers it took for
right?
And like, they went twice a week.
The beer too.
Yeah. So $10 is pretty expensive for a beer. I don't know. Tifa worked 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Served 10 beers twice a week for a year. How many beers are left over?
Show your work. Round to the nearest decimal point.
If only YouTube had clipping. The whole thing is a YouTube clip. Just mark the time. Just like type in like 45:03 or something like that.
Yeah, I think you have to like download the video manually.
Yeah, you can just tell me the timestamps and I can edit it later.
Timestamps.
Yeah, just tell me the timestamp. Self-critiquing her own fanfiction. Almost says she's going to publish. I'm not gonna. It's on fanfiction.net. That's published enough for me. Okay. Rude recalculated the price, narrating as he did. I actually rounded down, so he punched in a few numbers. We usually have 10 beers. We've come every week unless something's happening. He trailed off as he multiplied the amount per week by the amount of weeks since they first visited. Then he showed the amount to the others again.
Oh, missed a 0 last time.
Elena stated sadly. Nothing to write. Yeah. It's a long fanfiction. 107,561 words.
That's longer than Heart of the Woods.
It is it?
I think so.
Well, that's including the really long author's notes. Okay, this is almost the end of chapter 1, so this is okay. We're not even an hour in, so this is good. The first 2 chapters are really short compared to the rest of it. One of the later chapters is like 10,000 words on its own.
Oh my gosh, it's a whole session.
Okay, so you missed a 0 last time. Okay. Reno, however, stood up and pat Tifa on the shoulder. You've got yourself a few helpers now. In his mind, it meant he can drink during an extra job on his days off.
Oh my god.
He'd probably just be cleanup or waiter anyhow. Rude's eyebrows went up behind his sunglasses. This is a 3-dot ellipses. What the heck? 3 dots. Wow. Working at 7th Heaven. Then there's dot dot with Tifa as his boss.
Dot dot.
Stop. I think go off screen to
I'm not gonna clean it up.
I'm reading along right now.
Oh my gosh.
Elena sighed and ran a hand through her blonde locks. I guess that's the only. Oh wait, that's you now.
I guess that's the only way, isn't it? We'll work off the tab.
She turned to Rude and said regretfully,
There's no way we could pay that without getting an extra job anyways.
She stood up, turned to Tifa, and put her hands on her hips.
Where do we start, boss?
Do we get free beer? Can't wait for the hardcover. Why did you use that? Video. Don't. It hurts my soul. It hurts my soul. 107,000 plus words is seriously pot, considering most students struggle at 5,000 word essays. It wasn't all at once. Like, the first 4 chapters I released within the span of 5 days, because I was like, about it. But then after chapter 4, it was like every few months. And then after chapter 10, it got into the years.
Every couple of years?
Every year or so, yeah. Until 2016, and now it's been like 4 years since I wrote the last chapter.
So you're saying there might be an
overdue for chapter 17, that's what I'm saying. Barnes & Noble are fighting Amazon to get publishing rights to this. Okay. Author's note at the end.
Oh boy.
Well, that's a start. Like most shoujo ai fanfics, there won't be any actual shoujo ai until later on. If you liked what I have so far, review. If you have constructive criticism, review. This is just the first chapter, so I might end up revising it or adding some things depending on where the story takes me. XD. Also, Since is going to have some kind of update during the holidays. I'll save more updates for later. Merry Christmas and whatnot. Email if you personally want the story sent. But yeah, review please. Personally,
email.
because I was looking for beta readers at the time.
Beta readers.
Beta readers.
People
to like
read it before.
Read it before. Tell me what they thought. Because people who actually liked the fanfic, if they didn't like the direction that I was going, I would ask them why, and I would get like actual feedback from people who I trusted for writing.
Wow.
I was intense at it. I was intense as a teenager.
Yeah, like volunteer editors, basically.
Delete that. Delete that shit. You reviewed. Oh God.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't do much editing. Only XD. Only the occasional word here and there in the first line because the original one sounded kind of weird. D:. If you want to read the original stories on my fanfiction.net account. Okay. That's chapter 1, everybody. I'm sorry you only had a few lines in that one.
It's okay.
She gets more lines later.
I like just watching you suffer.
I started speed reading into chapter 2. No! Don't get the spoilers.
No, spoilers.
Spoilers.
You have to get the authentic experience.
Yeah, this is okay, here's chapter 2. Okay. This was the same day, I guess. I just edited it all on the same day. Slow burn. March 8th, 2007. Highway Blossom. March 8th, 2007. Author's note. I don't plan to edit this chapter much. Wait, let me read ahead a little bit, just to make sure. Okay. I know I've been pretty satisfied with it since I was on a burst of inspiration when I was originally writing it. Even though I was single, lonely, and loveless during the Christmas holidays, XD. Sadly, I am yet again sad and alone.
Aww.
Yes. Though this was after my first serious girlfriend. So I edited this. Yeah, this is after my first serious girlfriend.
Oh
She likes A is long. I know. Aww. It's super long. Though there was a period of 7 months in between where I had someone. Okay, this is so sad. This is so fucking sad. Yuma's not alone anymore.
No.
Yeah, I have all of you now. I have all of you. But there was a period of a lot of chapters were actually inspired from that relationship. Chapter 8 to 10ish, I think.
Can't wait to get there.
Okay, chapter 2. I must admit, I didn't expect to receive 3 good reviews on the first day. Yay! Thanks! Since I have a little boost of inspiration, let's get on with it. I even figured out how I'm going to fit into the story without messing up the game's plot. Oh, also, this takes place after the movie, but Seng's... spoilers. Seng's dead since he died in the game at Temple of the Ancients. I don't know why he was in the movie. Also, regarding Reno, I know he ends his sentences in the movie with Zotto or Otto, but the translation changed it to Yo, so I decided to go with Yo. I didn't put any in the last chapter because I forgot about it, but there are a few in this chapter. With this one, I actually added it in. Alright, before I continue, I don't own Final Fantasy VII. If I did, there'd be way more girls. Jesse would still be alive, which is possible future fanfiction. No one's ever confirmed her being dead, XD, and more stuff about the Turks. Warning, shoujo ai hints near the end of this one. If you love it, read it. If you don't, too bad. Oh god, I still use this face. This is fine. But 0 or O.O 7:. I hate it. Look how cringe this is. This is how 12 I was. Oh, right. If you didn't catch what shoujo ai means, it means lesbians. Girl-loving girl. Femme / Yuri, and all of those wonderful names. Other wonderful names, which makes it so hard to search for them on the search engine.
Wow, that
Chapter 2.
12-year-old SEO.
Yeah, right? SEO. I was 12-year-old SEO. Oh, no. The Turks were jacks of all trades. They could handle any situation, do any job, and make their work... Let me restart this Tifa song because I think that it's probably going to, expire soon. You know, it's going to be the end of the 1 hour mark. Okay, here. Alright. Here we go. If only all fanfictions had voiceovers, I will happily read someone else's fanfiction. Okay. They could handle any situation, do any job, and make their work nearly perfect in all aspects. Being waitresses or waiters and bartenders would be no problem if they knew the procedure, and they could even pick that up rather quickly. Tifa was quite impressed, to say the least. It had only been a few weeks and the jobs in the bar... It had only been a few weeks, and the jobs in the bar even seemed to fit the 3 Turks perfectly. What a weird sentence. Reno had commented that Rude would have made a much better bouncer, but Tifa never needed to limit how many people entered her bar. It was never that popular, after all. Maybe an occasional troublemaking drunk would make his way into the bar, but it was nothing that a heroine of Avalanche couldn't handle on her own. Don't do the emotes.
Oh my god!
Don't do the emotes. Imagine cringe Yuma. I give you my full permission to read my fanfic. I would definitely read someone else's fanfic.
Oh, fanfiction reading.
Yeah.
So cool.
More fanfic. BRB. Okay, no problem, Pinticchio. Reno was a natural bartender. He had the slick attitude, the ability to flip and mix drinks, and Tifa had to admit he was genuinely good at it. Even some of the lingo that the regulars used became new vocabulary for him. I had to Google so many drinks to figure out what things were. I didn't know what Nitori on the rocks meant. Okay. Tifa was surprised that he wasn't drinking half of the ones he mixed, since that seemed to be his original motive to work there. So, considering the circumstances, Tifa thought that maybe he was actually enjoying the job. Meat or on the rocks, yo. Otto, or whatever. Yeah. Reno asked a customer, already mixing the drink that was ordered. The man ordering replied, asking for the ice, and Reno turned around, threw the shaker into the air, and caught it behind his back, pouring the drink without spilling a drop. I guess. Like, I don't know.
Whatever bartenders do.
Something bartender, something flair. The customer was happily entertained, and even gave Reno a tip, which Reno accepted graciously. It's customary to tip your bartenders. If y'all are going out drinking, don't forget to tip your bartenders.
Definitely.
Okay. Rude, however... Oh, that's too high. There. Was as stoic as ever. He wouldn't talk much, but he took orders like a professional bartender. There was nothing as flashy or extravagant as Reno's was, but for people who already knew what they wanted, they went to Rude. And, of course, unlike Rude sometimes, Rude would never get any complaints. Even Elena was a surprisingly good waitress. Perhaps she had worked as one before she became a Turk. Elena had a different kind of charisma that made people want her to take their orders. She would receive tips from each customer. I remember when I was writing my fanfic and I sat next to an English, literally took my laptop and read it without asking. Oh my god, I would die.
Yikes.
Okay, Yuma, Nitori, I've got to duck now and have dinner. I'll probably be back later. Alright, no problem. Please take your Discord DMs ASAP. I'll check it after the stream if that's okay. Let's see. Tifa almost didn't recognize the girl. Looks like she had really grown out of the insecure, unorganized Turk she once was. But thanks to Elena's charismatic service, more people are ordering food, and Tifa would actually get a chance to cook more than a few times per night. Cooking was always more fun than bartending, really. With cooking, one would actually see how much their customer enjoyed the food. It was a job that was way more gratifying than seeing someone getting tipsy. Then, while they were tipsy, they would only order more to drown themselves in liquor, rather than because they enjoyed the taste and effort put into it. Tifa didn't have to supervise the Turks anymore, it seemed. She could even take breaks now when there was nothing to cook, without having to calm Marlene down. There were 2 bartenders working the bar and a waitress already, so all Tifa really had to do on those days was cook. It was almost too easy. She had to admit that it was much livelier around the bar with them around. It kind of saddened her to think that they were only going to work there temporarily, just until they worked off the tab. Alright, Nitori, go ahead.
Okay, one house special coming up.
Elena said with a salute as she stepped away from the table. Walking over to the window of the kitchen, you write cringe before you write great stuff. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah. Yeah, after stream is fine. Okay, no problem. You write good poems, boss. Maybe 12-year-old Yuma should stick to it. Thank you. Walking over to the window of the kitchen, like the service window, Elena spotted Tifa cooking and suddenly felt a jolt in her brain. Her eyes shut tightly, trying to shake the feeling away. But it merely made the pain momentarily worse.
Is that the Yuri?
No.
Is this the Yuri jolt?
It's the Yuri jolt! Oh my god, I like girls, holy shit!
Kind of cute girl, you're like,
It was as if thousands of tiny bolts of lightning all struck at once inside her mind. She nearly dropped the tray she was carrying, but managed to regain herself before anyone could raise suspicion. I'm thinking beer is liquor. I know. This is tea. I've never had a drink before at this point in my life.
All alcohol at that point.
I'm so glad there are only 17 people watching this. I would die if there were more people. If this was on Twitch, I think I would die. Oh my god. Went from an intelligence unit to bartending employees. That's correct. This is their side job. This is they do for fun on the side.
Obviously, if you like drinking a lot, the next logical step is to become a bartender.
Yeah, obviously. Well, in those times, in this situation, maybe. I don't know. Okay. Raise suspicion. Elena figured it was just after getting a headache from the amount of work she was doing. After all, she was working 2 jobs with no days off. So she brushed it off and ignored it. Overworking Elena. She stepped over to the window and called out to the cook.
Lockhart, another house special.
Originally, Elena referred to Tifa as boss, but it just felt kind of weird, since they were basically rivals when it came to their teams. Plus, the only person who she ever really called boss was Rufus. Elena was the main girl of the Turks, and Tifa was the main girl of Avalanche. They had fought against each other once or twice, and each knew the other was a formidable opponent, almost equal to each other even. To think of one superior to the other was almost like giving up, so naturally, Elena reverted back to calling the woman by her last name. Here's the first house special. The second one will be done in a bit, Tifa said as she placed the order on the windowsill. The night progressed as per usual, perhaps a little busier than usual Monday nights, due to the increasing popularity, but it seemed like the usual amount of work, so much usual, because of the help. So usual. Everything's so usual.
It's slice of life.
Now your community calls you boss, Yuri comes full circle. I know, right? It's so weird. Okay, let me just quickly check this DM, because it's bothering me, the fact that it exists. I'll check it later. Okay, I can't actually check it now, but I'll mark this as unread. Okay. More like the Turks are budget cuts after Final Fantasy 7. Yeah. I call Yuma. You do call me Yuma, punk. Okay.
I call you Yuma too.
You do call me Yuma, yeah. I don't know. I like boss sometimes, but like it depends on the individual. Like I don't know. I'll accept whatever people call me, except maybe Boomer. 12-year-old Yuma acting like she knows the usual. Yeah, right.
I've been in bars before.
Totally. Whatever. I can read about it on the internet. She is the Yuma Yamano. Yes. I actually posted this. I changed my username on fanfiction.net to not Yuma Yamano. What's up, Sky Daddy? Hey. Frozen Tyrant, cool. The Yamano, leader of the Iron Lions. Guess who this is? AL. I don't know. Whenever I see acronyms, I think it's J Curve, but it's not J Curve. Call her Booma. Don't call me Booma. Okay. Let me have a sip of water.
Deep breath. Making good time.
How's the spiky water?
It's good. It's not spicy water. It's spiky water.
Spicy water. No, it's spiky water because it's carbonated water. Yeah.
You have to try out the famous carbonated water.
Hey, I made it myself. I don't know. The night progressed as per usual. Okay, I already read this part. Usual amount of work, something usual. Soon it was time for cleanup. That was the whole sentence.
So what?
So what? What is it? So, come on, Yuma. This was where Tifa could feel that the business had increased. It meant more dishes and mugs to wash. It was almost starting to become like a pattern for them on Mondays and Tuesdays. Tifa would have help, and the Turks wouldn't have to owe their tab by the time it was paid off. Most of the customers had left by then. It was a late hour, and people usually have to work on Tuesdays. I guess. Yuri requires water to read through this. Have they held hands yet? They haven't. No. She just felt Yuri jolts.
Who's they?
They. Oh my god. I was like, they obviously the fanfiction they. Come on. Iron Lion's wholesome Yakuza anime. Yeah, it's like Gokusen. I'm just Yankumi from Gokusen. Do you know what Gokusen is? Gokusen is an old anime, or like also a J-drama, where the daughter of a Yakuza gang doesn't want to inherit be the heiress of the Yakuza gang. She wants to be a teacher. So she becomes a teacher, but she ends up being a teacher for a bunch of delinquents. And so she's teaching these delinquents to be good people by using Yakuza means.
That's so cool.
It's so good, yeah. Okay. No puke, yes. Rude was assisting a man who had nearly passed out, and once again it was certain he would at least find his way down the street without collapsing. Rude returned to help with the cleaning. At least there's no puke, Reno said with a grin as he washed a couple of mugs. Last week one of those ex-Shinra regulars tried to fight me while he was drunk. He started putting down the clean mug and starting to mock the customer. He was all like, "Hey Turk, want a piece of me, you bastard?"
Whoa.
He picked up... Yeah, I know, it's bastard. It's so young. Oh my god. He picked up another dirty one and held it as if he was talking to it. And I was like, "Yeah, let's go, yo!" And I punched him in the gut and he started puking. And Reno turned to see that there was no one even listening to him. Rude had begun putting up chairs and sweeping, minding his own business as usual, while Elena and Tifa were washing dishes in the kitchen. Ingrates. A bit of a chuckle could be heard from Rude, but he kept his head down so as to not bring attention to himself. Reno, however, noticed and narrowed his eyes at his longtime coworker. Meanwhile, in the kitchen... Meanwhile. This, now I know that meanwhile is such a bad transition. It's like, you don't have to say meanwhile. You know what's happening at the same time. I love this aggressive drunk Yuma voice. Younger people won't know your older animes. I know. Goku-san is so old.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I thought you said it was a J-drama?
It was also a J-drama. From 2006 or 7 or something like that. Shortly after this. Tifa... Meanwhile, Tifa washed the used up dishes while Elena dried them. "I've never had so much demand for my cooking before," Tifa stated to jolt a conversation into action. Yuri jolt. The most she'd ever had to make was 3 or 4 in one night, and that was usually for the Turks themselves. Meanwhile, all of a sudden, 12 to 15, exactly the point where everyone starts to grow their personality. Yeah, right? Here you go.
Well, I'm not surprised.
Elena stated with a bit of a smirk.
You're better at cooking than you think.
Elena took her eyes off of the dish she was drying to see Tifa looking at her with a bewildered expression. The blonde quickly corrected herself, drying the same plate more thoroughly, a tint of red coloring her cheeks.
Aww.
By the way, having more than one quote without paragraph breaks is such bad writing.
It's technically grammatically correct, but...
And not even, this, I think, because then this also ends, and then there's another paragraph after that. This should have been its own... It should have cut off here, and then had a unique paragraph here.
It should be, but I think only, line breaks are...
Yeah, and you can see all of the,
for a different...
typos. Is waitressing not a word? Come on. Waitressing isn't a word?
No.
Oh.
You add it to a dictionary. It's a word now.
It's alright, Yuma, you've learned now. I know. This is meanwhile at the Iron Lion's base. Okay, you better think, where was I?
Tint of red coloring her cheeks.
Coloring her cheeks. There you go.
That is with my superior waitressing skills. Of course people would order what I recommend.
An awkward laugh came from her as she put down the plate she had been drying down on the counter. Tifa smiled to herself as she started to wash some utensils. Thanks to Lena. She chuckled a bit as she focused on washing, rinsing, and placing the utensils on the rack beside her. Never thought I'd hear a compliment from you, of all people.
Well, Lockhart, despite the Turk reputation, I like to be honest sometimes.
The Turk replied defiantly, almost sarcastically, as she moved on to the utensils that Tifa was putting on the drying rack. I see the chat moving up, and I'm so scared to read it. This stream is just the best. The blonde plus blushing plus Yuri fanfiction equals ... Blush, ooh, O period, O, semicolon.
Oh my god.
XD. Okay, here. You can call me Tifa, you know. At that comment, Elena lifted her eyes and locked them with those similar piercing brown orbs that Tifa had. A vague, blurry memory flashed in Elena's mind. It was an intense deja vu of a time and a place she didn't recall at all. And in that flashback was the image of Tifa, younger,
dressed differently, but with the same exact same expression she wore now. Still calling me Sergeant, Elena? I don't call you by rank, do I? You know me better than anyone else here. The blurry face of Tifa chuckled softly, and then stated, you can call me Tifa, you know.
Oh, that flashback.
Elena was shocked for a moment. Don't say punk. No. No. That's too much cringe.
Stop.
Elena was shocked for a moment. She didn't know where that took place, when it took place, or how she knew the girl at that time. All she knew for certain was that it was Tifa. And just as quickly as the deja vu came, it disappeared. She was a bit shaken from the image, and her jolting back into reality made her jump a bit. That image left her a confused and disoriented blonde. A confused and disoriented blonde who just cut herself with the knife she was drying. Elena pulled the knife away from her hand and put the finger to her lips, a reflex that came naturally when one hurts their finger.
It does.
As one does. For a split second, she looked like that new Turk recruit once again. I third been to Yuri Jolt. This isn't the cringe that I thought it would be hit with. Okay, I'm glad that it's not as cringe as you think. Okay. Tifa looked at the girl beside her and caught the momentary look of annoyance in Elena's features. Not annoyance towards Tifa, but rather at herself. It was an expression that was new to Tifa's eyes, but it triggered yet another one of those feelings she had, except this time it was different. It was more of an image, switching back and forth between the current Elena and a younger Elena. It was that same itch she couldn't scratch. Her head pounded for a second, as if her brain refused to let her think of any further about it. Her eyes shut, and she shook her head a little. Soon enough, she regained her senses. You should be more careful when handling stuff like that, Tifa stated in a slightly scolding tone. She washed and dried her hands quickly, then motioned for Elena to show her her finger. I thought the Turks would have taught you how to handle sharp objects, she continued with a little teasing grin. Elena's look of annoyance shifted from herself to Tifa at the teasing, except with more of a light-hearted feel to it. What's this thing? The self-cringe consume you? As opposed to a guttural scream I do when I get my blood drawn. A reflex that comes naturally when yes, hello fellow humans. I'm excited to see romance between Elena and the big-breasted one. Elena's look of annoyance shifted from at the teasing with more lighthearted feel to it. She looked at her finger and saw that the cut was slightly deeper than she had originally thought. And that meant it wasn't going to stop bleeding just yet. Finally, she showed the hand to Tifa, rolling her eyes a little.
It's just a small cut. I've been through much worse
She saw Tifa glance up at her with a smug smirk on her face, so Elena corrected herself, looking away with a subtle blush. Tifa went back to examining the cut. This cut is so important. Oh my god. 12-year-old Yuma wanted everyone to feel the sexual tension that follows the question, am I gay?
Right.
Spoiler twist, Tifa was a vampire. Every other Yuri fanfiction has a vampire in it, just saying. And even Sailor Moon ones I'd read a long time ago with Rei and Minako.
Oh my god.
Subtle blush. Tifa went back to examining the cut. She couldn't help but giggle a little at Elena's struggling attempts to adapt to the new name. It's not too deep, but it still might get infected if I don't put a bandage. Tifa pulled a small bandage out of a nearby drawer and wrapped it around the girl's finger. Elena, however, couldn't shake the image of the blurry memory out of her head. Where was that from? How would she have known Tifa before Meteor? She definitely looked a lot younger than she did when they first met. And why would she ask her to call her Sergeant? So many questions left unanswered, and she didn't want to seem crazy, so she didn't ask the girl. Maybe it was just a dream Elena had, and she was just remembering it.
Yeah, that's gotta be it.
Elena reassured herself in her mind. After all, this is such a long paragraph. After all, she has been working at the bar with Tifa as her boss lately. Little did she realize she was staring at Tifa's face the whole time she was pondering the memory. Elena finally snapped out of it with a little... When she saw the former Avalanche member waving her hand in front of her face.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said it would get infected if I didn't put a bandage. Tifa responded with a bit of concern, wanting to make sure the girl didn't blank out again.
Tifa laughing at the blood, not too deep. This cut is more important than the hurts of the blood. Yes, yes. Hello, Kate. Kate's with the band-aids. Did I have Kate's with band-aids? I don't remember what I wrote there. This cut is so important. Why is it so important? Elena then glanced down at her finger and was surprised to see that it was bandaged up.
Right. Thanks.
Elena brought her opposite hand to her own temples and rubbed it a little.
Sorry. I guess I just have a headache.
It wasn't the whole truth, but it wasn't a whole lie. She didn't want to say something stupid like,
I had a flashback of you when you were younger, and you wanted me not to call you Sergeant.
Thankfully, it looked like Tifa believed her. Well, if I can do anything to help, don't hesitate to ask. She began to put the dried utensils away before continuing. Hey, if you need the day off tomorrow, I think I can handle waitressing on my own. Sounds a lot like me. Tifa nursing a latest boo-boo, I know. I'm a fool, I missed the start. That's okay, Renzi. It's okay. Yo, my finger has a bandage on it. Yo, what's up? Bandage time.
I remember, it's totally, like, not really related story, but, like, I had a cut on my middle finger when I was, like, really young.
Okay.
And, like, as a kid, you don't know what the middle finger means, right?
Oh, yeah,
so,
yeah.
like, you put a band-aid on it, I'm like, oh, look, Mom, I have a cut on my finger. And, like, you know, yeah. And I just showed her, she's like, you shouldn't do that.
Oh my gosh, so funny.
What?
This finger went through 8 arcs of plot development. Oh my gosh. Oh man. But welcome, Renzi. Elena followed suit by starting to put away the dishes. And these dishes. Dishes and the fingers. The bleeding fingers is so deciding so like because her fingers cut, you know there's no sex scene.
Wow.
Deciding they were safer than the utensils for tonight.
Well, since Reno and Rude are going to be here, I'll probably end up coming anyway.
Returning to an empty condo with nothing to do except microwave some instant food and turn on the TV wasn't something Elena considered fun on her days off. To be honest, the most fun she's had recently was in the bar with the other 3. Ever since Sing's death in the Temple of the Ancients, Elena hasn't felt like going out or trying to meet anyone to fall for. She used to have a crush on Sing, and he's dead. It's fine. It sucks, but it's fine. It sucks, but it helps for the Yuri.
Is the crush, like, canon?
It is canon, yeah. So, yeah, he's dead.
It's
fine.
Bye.
What's up, Renzi? I played Genshin until 2 a.m., woke up just now. Oh, no.
Fair. I would too.
Mm-hmm. I basically did yesterday. I mean, actually, yesterday I was prepping for my 24-hour stream, so. Microwaving some ramen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know how to make ramen. I was 12. Well, I don't know if I was 12 at this time.
When did I learn how to make instant ramen? I don't know.
I wasn't allowed to use boiling water or a pot or anything like that. Yeah. Like, I was like, I don't know. My mom didn't trust me to cook.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you're gonna cut your finger or you're gonna burn
boil
it.
yourself.
Yeah, boil yourself.
Don't you guys know the true power of kitchen work?
It's true though.
And she could never ever see neither Reno nor Rude. Oh, good job, me. Reno nor Rude. Okay.
Nice.
Neither nor or an either or as more than coworkers. Now that she thought about it, though, she had never been in a relationship. At least none that she recalled. She didn't even remember ever being kissed.
What a pathetic life I lead.
Elena thought to herself sadly.
Wait, never been kissed?
By now, they had finished putting the clean dishes away. Elena glanced at Tifa, who was leaning over the counter and calling out to the kitchen window to the other 2 guys, asking if they wanted something to eat. An immediate response from Reno. Ham sandwich, yo! And a silent request from Rude for the same thing. It was just like Tifa to look out for everyone else.
I swear I've felt someone kiss me before.
Elena touched her lips gently with her index and middle finger. Because apparently, with her non-bleeding hand.
Oh, yeah, with her
other hand. Yeah. Then wondered how she could have possibly known how it felt to kiss someone. Maybe it was just her imagination running rampant, or her desperation was causing her to make up stories. In any case, I kind of want to start on Monster Hunter. Rip no kisses, yeah. No. In any case, Elena's thoughts were still going as Tifa turned to her afterwards. Elena watched her for a moment, and then had another sudden flashback. It was sudden. Everything about this was so sudden. But it was unmistakable. The things that you like, fucking
read when you're when you read it out loud, you catch it, but when you're typing, you don't realize it. Oh god, I need some more water. Tifa had kissed her a long, long time ago.
Wait, Lockhart? That can't be right. I'd remember something like that. You've never even really been alone in the same room, let alone her kissing me.
Want anything to eat, Elena? I'm making sandwiches for the guys. Tifa asked with a smile, opening the refrigerator and pulling out some bread, mayonnaise, and sliced ham.
It's just my imagination. There's no way something like that could have happened.
Tifa, clam sandwich. You're typing, you just type. Tifa's totally not a vampire. She's totally not a vampire.
Want anything to eat? Clam chowder?
Making sandwiches for them. I'll make clam chowder for you. Energy water. Yuri told Splash for like lightning. Suddenly. Everything so suddenly. Elena. Tifa asked again, closing the door to the refrigerator and setting the items down on the counter. When the Turk seemed to still look at her with a bewildered look, Tifa took a step towards her and leaned in close enough to see the girl's eyes up close. She waved a hand in front of the girl's eyes as she did earlier, saying, "What's wrong?" Then a shock went through Tifa's nervous system when Elena looked back at her. Tifa saw the same memory that Elena saw earlier, except through her own eyes. A vague memory of Elena with her arms around her neck and staring back at her with those same brown eyes. Then, the image of two of them sharing a kiss that neither of them currently clearly recalled.
Yo, kiss.
Yo. Tifa took a step back to regain her distance and she blinked a couple of times. What was that? She shook her head to get the image out of her brain. We've never... Tifa couldn't even think straight that moment. It was Elena's voice that knocked her back into reality.
Yeah, I'd like a sandwich too. Clam sandwich.
Elena then quickly moved out of the kitchen to escape the strange occurrences, rejoining Reno and Rude in the main bar. Plot thickens. Doshitano? Author's note. Wait, is there anything in here that I need to hide? Okay. Alright, there's the second chapter. As usual, if you liked it, then review. If you didn't, then tell me how you think I can make it better. Look at me, looking for feedback.
Aww.
Look at like young Yuma, trying to find feedback. Just to let you have a little bit of visualization of how I imagine the shocks and flashbacks to look. If you've seen Advent Children, it's kind of like how it looks when the geostigma was acting up. So if you've seen Advent Children, which I'm sure you haven't. If you saw it as something else, that's okay, but that's how I saw it.
Actually, did I tell you that, like, somebody I knew, like, I don't know, 10 years ago or something, tried to show me Advent Children? And
you were confused because
I was
what the
so
fuck
confused
is
because I'd
happening?
never seen Final Fantasy VII before. And they're like, oh, that's okay. Just like, you can just watch it. And like, I watched it and I had literally no idea what was going on.
Yeah.
Like,
we might be able to get to chapter 4. I'm looking at the time, and if we get through this, like...
We're going through this pretty fast.
Because we started an hour and a half ago? Yeah. Not even? Oh my gosh.
6 o'clock.
It's because I haven't stopped to, like, talk about stuff because I just want to get through it as fast as possible. It's so much faster than the visual novel. Plus, chat isn't, like, as fast, like, as overwhelming as Yuri Fridays usually are. Yeah. It's kind of nice. I don't know. Okay, guys, you better review. March 8, 2007, author's note. Okay, yeah, like I expected, I didn't need to edit much. I loved writing the XD. I loved writing this chapter. I totally had the visuals in my head the whole time, and I still get that feeling when I read it over. And I remember how much I wish I could animate this fanfic to make it into an anime or something, because I knew how it would look. Greater than, period, less than. One of the few changes I actually made are that she got the bandage from a drawer instead of her pocket, and other few sentences. Read and review, please. That's chapter 2!
So what does everyone think?
Oh my god. Young Yuma trying to be a better writer and fully transparent. Yeah, totally. I was trying to get... Yuma XD I have seen Advent Children. Okay, awesome. So Advent Children, there was that, like, those moments when they go like, oh, what was that? And that was like, that's the geostigma.
That's the, yeah.
How old was Yuma when she wrote this? Let's just say I was a teenager. I'm not gonna say exactly how old I was because it says how old what year this was posted.
Right.
I wasn't 12. I had a character this was based off of when I was 12. So I was older than 12.
At least 12.
At least 12.
Less than 18.
Less than 18.
So where was I? Because to be teenagers. So anywhere in between.
I guess 19 is also too
Yeah, 19.
And for context, 2007 was after I had been dumped by my first girlfriend.
Aww. So it was, you wrote this, girlfriend, and then
edited this. Yeah. No, XD. Oh god. I'm sure I had something like fallen _angel or something like that at the time because I always thought that shit was so cool.
Demon XX Angel.
This was Sad Yuma writing it. So this wasn't Sad Yuma writing the original content. It was Sad Yuma editing the original content.
And then it'd be Sad Yuma later.
Yeah. JK Yuma. So I guess if you've listened to enough of my streams and you know the context of when I had that first girlfriend, then you would know roughly, because I had that relationship was less than a year. You know roughly how old I was when I was editing this, roughly.
Yeah.
So then you get the range of when I was editing it, but not quite.
I guess
when
you
I
could
wrote
like
it.
do a big piece together.
Yeah.
Yamano,
Butterfly effect.
Yeah. The Yuma Yamano cinematic universe.
Cinematic universe. This was before 16-year-old Yuma. I'm not gonna confirm or deny it. I'll let you figure it out on your own. Okay. This one. Alright. Chapter 3. Things get kind of spicy in chapter 3. Oh man. I should get chapter 4 ready. Let me also get chapter 4 ready.
Chapter 3 is where things start becoming Yuri Fridays.
Yeah, and then chapter 4 is... Okay, I won't say what chapter 4 is, but chapter 4...
Yeah, really Yuri Fridays.
Really Yuri Fridays. Oh, spicy. Writing...
And this is all written in the same, like, few days, right?
Up to chapter 4 was written in the span of, like, 5 days, I think. Change the font. For some reason, all of these docs are saved in a different font. So I'm switching them all to Calibri.
Standardized.
Calibri. 14 points.
Into the Yumaverse.
Into the Yumaverse? That's so good, actually. Wait, who said that? Did you say that?
Punk Disciple said Yumaverse, and I said into the Yumaverse.
Oh, yeah. Oh wow, this Microsoft Word is Canadian.
Oh
I'm
my
using the
God.
computer at school. Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. Let me. This one's a long one.
Ooh.
Chapter 4 is a long one. Let me add it into the scene so that we can be ready for it next. Or whatever. I'll do it later. We'll just get to chapter 3.
If we get there.
I love that sentence. Microsoft Word edition. Favorite. Look, it's a typo in this software because this is LibreOffice, but
oh, so like your Microsoft Word like corrected
my Microsoft Word corrected it to favorite with a U. Favorite. Young Yuma had no shame writing fanfiction at school. Editing fanfiction at school, not writing fanfiction. This was when you would need to use FTP to upload shit onto a website, and I had it on a website before, and that website doesn't exist anymore because I don't know even where I would have uploaded it. In the span of 3 days, yeah. Oh well, no, the editing wasn't in the span of 3 days. Oh, actually March 9. So yeah, I was, I guess, doing school things. What day of the week was March 9, 2007?
This is probably like a random Friday. Another Yuri Friday.
Do I have anything? Okay. Oh, it wrote the first 4 chapters in the span of 3 days. Okay, so yeah, I did write it in the span of 3 days, I guess.
And maybe edited like in 1 day or something.
Maybe. Wrote in school? That's illegal. Already gangster back then, huh? Hey, I edited my fanfic at school. Alright. FTP, are you for real? Yes. FTP. Okay. March 9, 2007, author's note. I have to be honest that this is one of my favorite chapters. Oh wow, this Microsoft Word is Canadian. I'm using the computer at school. Greater than, period, greater than, semicolon, space, close bracket. Anyway, this is one of the chapters.
That emoji though.
Oh my god. That I wrote completely on a while, on an inspiration whim.
In a while.
Wrote completely in a while.
This is one of the chapters that I wrote completely
Yeah, I don't know what I was trying to say here. I think I wrote the first. No, I had to put the space, Renzi. The space is important. Otherwise, it would turn into a winky face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want
space.
that.
I'm not winky facing. I'm looking to the side and sweat dropping. What face is that? I don't even want to think about it. I think I wrote the first 4 chapters of fanfic in the span of 3 days. LOL! This chapter and chapters 6, 7, and 10 are my favorites. I don't think I'll be editing too much, but yeah, I have the original at home. So I think, oh, what the hell? I'll edit it at school. Enjoy! Winky face. Winky's happy face. Yuma had a brain fart, I guess. Oh, you OG fanfiction gangsta OG. Ooh. Do you need a charger, by the way?
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Original author's note. Do I have anything here that tells of who I am? Okay. Well, to those of you who've read my creation thus far, I applaud you. Thanks for the reviews. Every time I got one, I was like, oh my god, someone likes my fanfic. Happiness. So yeah, here it is. If you want me to continue further, review this one too. There was lots of irony and foreshadowing the last chapter, and I hope that this one turns out just as well or better. XD. This one's gonna be a long one. Character development and whatnot. I might even throw in a bit of Shinra conspiracy near the end. Who knows? I don't know.
I don't know, and I wrote it.
I was stupid thinking of taking out a chance at awkward shoujo aya moments. Where's the fun in taking that at, honestly? So I put them back in there. Oh yeah, about Tifa's room. Wholesome gay. Oh my god, someone likes my fanfic. XD. About Tifa's room. I assume she'd make it a little nicer than it was in Advent Children in the year between then and this fanfic. And I don't know if I'll explain why Cloud left or not. We'll see.
I wonder if Cloud appears in this fanfiction.
I can't remember.
A cameo appearance, maybe.
Thanks to those who beta read this chapter for me. It would have been very different without your cooperation. Koran no sponsor no take your Salt IRL collab, yeah. Again, I don't own 557. Check chapter 2 for what I'd do if I did.
Go back and read it.
Chapter 3, Tifa's room. And they in the same room? Yes, we were in the same room.
Hey.
Hold on, you guys are in the same room? Yeah, we're in the same room right now. IRL collab.
Heck yeah.
Heckin' yeah. The next morning, let me take a sip of water.
Okay.
They didn't sleep together. The next morning is separate, by the way. Just saying. They had sandwiches and then they all went back to their respective apartments.
They respectively ate each other's sandwiches.
No. Actual IRL collab, yes. That's what the Renzi, I don't know if you recall me saying last night at like 3 a.m. I was like, this is gonna be a very special Yuri Friday because we were expecting to read Highway Blossoms.
Yeah.
And I was just like, hey.
We hit it out.
We after the earthquake we discovered that both of us live very close to each other, so we were like, why don't we just hang out? And so we're hanging out.
Here we are.
XD, someone like my fanfiction. Greater than, period, less than, sweat drop. Oh god. You're joking on bad fanfic. Legendary moment. Oh, and a legendary moment. Oh, and I'm Soundwave Blue, by the way. Oh, Soundwave Blue,
hey,
what's
Lou.
up? There is no salt. Totally professional. No kidding. Okay, next morning. Tifa's room. The next morning, Tifa sighed. Newly awake in her bed, dressed in her usual sleep apparel, a tank top and whatever underwear or shorts she was wearing when she went to bed. I didn't know. I didn't know what grown-ups wore to sleep. I was like,
do grown-ups wear pajamas?
Do grown-ups wear pajamas, or do they just sleep naked all the time? I sleep naked all the time. Are you guys hanging out together right now? Yeah, we are. Yeah. And we're both using the same Yeti mic.
We could like high five each other.
Yeah, basically here. Who knows? Maybe I just collapsed. I don't know. You were talking about Tifa's underwear. How spicy. Respectfully, sandwich eating. Oh god. Okay. The sunlight crept through the blinds, telling her that she had overslept. Judging from the fact that the sun was near her eyes, it was probably 1 in the afternoon. Wait, where'd it go? 1 in the afternoon, and she should have woken up earlier to make Marlene and Denzel some breakfast. Or lunch, even. Well, it was expected to wake up late when you fall asleep at around 3 in the morning. That's a mood. Did she not shower? I mean, whatever underwear she was wearing in the night before means that she was wearing a pair of underwear. It doesn't mean that she didn't shower and put on a new pair of underwear. I don't know. I don't sleep with pants on, so. She and the 3 Turks spent a few hours just relaxing, eating, drinking, and talking the night before. Tifa herself hadn't had more than 2 drinks. Since she wasn't much of an alcoholic, I guess. But she still woke up with a headache.
Oh, how many drinks makes an alcoholic?
Yeah, how many drinks does alcoholics mean? Let me make sure.
Obviously, anyone who drinks more than 2 drinks in a day is an alcoholic.
Obviously. It doesn't even depends on the drinks. I now know this,
true.
but
Well, yeah.
at the time I didn't know the alcohol or whatever.
Yeah.
She owns a bar though. It doesn't mean that she has to drink.
She can be an alcoholic if you own a bar.
Yeah.
Some people are perfectly clean. And
Is Yuma naked right now? I'm not naked right now. No.
No.
You can see I'm wearing a leather jacket and a sports bra and a collar and like with a bell on it.
I think that's content we're never gonna get. So. What?
What? What's content we're never gonna get?
You not having. Oh, you don't. The opposite of what you're talking about.
Yuma, what is beer? I didn't know. I didn't start drinking till I was 19. Actually, is that a lie? It's not a lie. It's a lie. It's not. I don't know. I was legally able to drink when I started drinking. Probably.
Able to.
I was legally able to drink when I started drinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I okay.
Yuma's preparing herself for spicier parts clothes needed. I hope that this content. I haven't read it in a long time. I hope it's okay.
It's good.
Content you
good.
doing is privately? No! No, I'm fully clothed at all times. Okay. Since she wasn't an alcoholic, but she still woke up with a headache. Well, the headache wasn't from the alcohol. She knew what a hangover felt like, and this was no hangover.
What is a hangover?
I don't know. I didn't know what a hangover felt like. I knew that they existed. That's all that matters. I could creatively wonder, do you know what magic feels like? I don't know.
I don't know
but people
what a
write
hangover
about it
feels.
all the time. You don't know what a hangover
I don't know what a
feels
hangover
like.
feels like.
I know what a hangover feels like. And this was no hangover. Wait, Nitori only content? No! It felt like she had been thinking too much, as if she had hundreds of mathematical equations looping in her head, and she knew the cause. Pure ... fucking ... Those weird memories that never happened were driving her mad last night. The way she recalled them, they were still blurry and uncertain, but some of the details were clearly identifiable. Details like knowing how soft the blonde's hair was... Singular? How soft the blonde hair was under her fingertips? Yeah, that's right.
Hair.
The singular hair was. Okay. The aroma that Elena gave off when they were as close as they were, and of course, the way their lips felt against hers. Her lips felt against her own. The soft, warm feeling Tifa sensed in her chest whenever she would remember it. Wait, stop. This is Elena you're thinking about. Those memories aren't real. They're just hallucinations. Or you're remembering some kind of dream you had before. Now get up, wash up, and get something to eat. End of story. Get up, wash up.
Get up, wash up.
Only lions? Only lions?
Oh, my God.
Nitori is a sole member of private OnlyFans. No! Elena said, yes. Hangover's alcoholic magical withdrawal. Yuri jolt intensifies. Still, those feelings were way too realistic to be from a dream. ... Tifa sat up and quickly ran a hand through her hair with frustration. The locks were shorter now than they were during Meteor. When she cut it, it was like closure for that chapter of her life. And it only reached her lower back now. It used to like practically go down to the floor. Like mid-thigh, I think, is what her hair used to be.
And this was also canon? Or
This was canon, yeah. Okay. Because in Advent Children, like you can see in the picture in the stream, she's got like hair like it's like kind of floofing a little bit, so like you know that if it was just resting, then it would be down to her thighs.
Okay.
Yeah, but now it's just to her lower back, which is shorter for her.
Just her lower back, yeah.
No toothbrushing, Tifo. How could you? What face?
Oh, no.
I don't know. I didn't think that. You don't have to write every single detail.
That's all part of like wash up, right?
Yeah. Well, clean up, wash up. Washing up is including brushing your teeth.
Yeah.
Exactly. Get up, stand up. Okay. Reach your lower back now. It was still long, but not as long as before. She still found it kind of strange to not have the implausibly long hair, despite wearing it this way for over a year now. But Tifa still liked how it looked now. Perhaps she was just... Hang on, I need to change this. Okay. So that I could see which part is shown on screen.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps she just missed how it felt to have the long hair since it reminded her of her travels with Avalanche. Sometimes they'd be on the road for days, and no matter how hard she tried, her hair would always be on the ground through the night and dirty the next morning. Even though she hated it, it was still a fond memory. She sometimes had to beg Cloud to stay at an inn the next day so she could shower. Then when she did get to shower, she'd spend the whole morning hogging it, much to Yuffie's dismay. Get up, wash up, and eat is what my brain always says when I wake up. Young Yuma wasn't too focused on character hygiene. Tifa, I know oral hygiene.
I mean, that's the same reason they don't show it in like anime.
Yeah,
shows,
right?
They show characters like,
exactly.
taking a shower. Well, sometimes they do.
Sometimes they do, but
or like,
and
brushing their teeth.
They often like bathe the night before. I think in Japanese culture, right? The ofuro.
Yeah. Like they prepare the bath at night.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sometimes they shower, but usually it's like a bath.
Yeah,
situation.
right. Yeah, you need to brush your teeth for tongue cleanliness. That's right. That's correct.
Right? You have to brush your teeth and brush your tongue.
Mm-hmm. A delicious aroma in the air told her that she wouldn't have to worry about making food for the two kids, but rather herself. That Marlene is going to be a great wife for someone someday. Tifa inwardly hoped that Denzel and Marlene would eventually become more than friends, but that was saying something too much since they were only 9 years old. They would definitely make a cute couple, though. Tifa turned her body so her legs dangled off to the side of the bed, facing away from the window. Wait, did I say? Oh, she needed to get up, wash up, but she didn't actually start.
She hasn't gotten up.
She hasn't gotten up yet. She's still in bed here, guys. Just say it, just so you know. Ofuro ni suru. Ofuro suru actually can be said without ni, I think.
Oh, ofuro shiro.
Ofuro o suru, actually, o suru.
Oh,
right?
Osuru.
With the wa. Wa.
Oh, suru.
She stretched her arms up, releasing a yawn before recoiling back and rubbing her head a little. Even though it was exactly 1:01 p.m.
1:01 p.m.
Yeah. So this is important, actually.
Oh,
It still felt too early for her to get up. Her eyes wandered around the room, her fighter's instinct forcing her to check for anything amiss. And once she had confirmed that everything was fine, her eyes fell on a bed opposite hers. It was Cloud's bed. As usual, it hadn't been slept in. So the bar in Advent Children had two, it was actually called something else. It wasn't called Seventh Heaven, but she had a bar in a town called Edge. So I actually had it wrong.
Is that different from Seventh Heaven, or is that...
It's like Seventh Heaven, the sequel.
Huh.
Yeah, Eighth Heaven.
Right.
Yeah. It was called something else. I can't remember what it was called, but I remember at the time, where'd the art come from? I just found this art, with a Google search, and this is just Tifa, I guess from one of the versions of Final Fantasy, and this is Elena from the original game. Huh. Yeah. Tifa sleeps for more than half the day, yeah. It's a branch, maybe? Eighth Heaven. Yeah. Okay, opposite hers was Cloud's bed. As usual, it hadn't been slept in, but that worry was long gone by now. It's been almost 10 months since he left, so Tifa doubted he'd come back this time. At least she could easily say that she'd gotten over him by now. Gotten over him. She used to like him.
Aww.
Yeah. She was more worried about him as a sister would, or as a mother would. Friend zoned. Just so you know, everybody, this is Yuri. Everybody be sure.
No Tifa Cloud here.
No Cloud T.
Just confirming it.
Exactly. The desk beside her bed was still littered with papers, as was the wall it leaned up against. There were more photos of everyone in Avalanche pinned to the wall, but two important photos sat in the frames on the desk beside the phone. The one big group photo they took after they cured Geostigma, and the photo of her, Marlene, Denzel, and Cloud. Deciding 1:02 p.m. was a good time to get up, Tifa stood from her bedside. Her feet were annoyed by how cold the floor was on a spring day, but her slippers were a little too far away and the bathroom was just across the hall. However, it seemed that not going to get those slippers turned out to be a bad idea. Ow! Tifa stepped on a Chocobo Knights action figure. She quickly checked the bottom of her foot for blood, relieved to see that there was none. She picked up the toy and glared at it. Then she realized how ridiculous it was to get mad at a toy and laughed at herself, placing the figure on her dresser. I thought that I told them not to play in my room. Regardless, she took a robe from on top of the dresser and slipped it on, being more careful not to step on anything this time as she made her way to the bathroom.
It's like stepping on a Lego.
It is! Yeah!
That
And
sounds like it hurts.
Chocobo Knights probably has like sharp beaks and like pointed swords or like
worse
lances
than a
or
Lego.
something. Yeah, exactly.
Like if you stepped on a spiky Lego.
You're the only straightest band. Yeah. No hetero here. Probably. I don't remember if there was any later on or anything like that, but definitely not between the main two characters.
Yeah. We're gonna keep the straight out.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was bisexual back then. I was not bisexual. Just to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
The sun blaring down on the sleeping form of Elena was enough to rudely awaken her. Actually, you know what? Do you want to read this? Because this is all from Elena's perspective.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
The sun blaring down on the sleeping form of Elena was enough to rudely awaken her. She instinctively shielded her eyes with her hand, but thought of a better idea and pulled the pillow from under her and covered her head with it.
Can you guys hear Nitori? Well, by the way, I'm gonna turn it up because it's not going into the yellow.
Oh, sorry. Test hello?
Okay, yeah, that's better.
Okay. Unfortunately, by then she was fully awake and unable to get back to sleep. Her head retreated from its safe pillow cavern, and she squinted when she still saw the sun. It's too early for the sun to be. So she then glanced at the clock and her eyes widened. 1 p.m. Alright, so maybe it wasn't too early for the sun to be out. Reluctantly, Elena sat up in her bed. That didn't seem to be too great of an idea though, because she was met with a pounding sensation in her brain on the way up. A head rush? Maybe she sat up too fast. It definitely wasn't a hangover. She only had a couple of drinks last night, and she knew full well how many drinks it took to have a hangover. How many drinks does it take to have a hangover?
She knew. I didn't know. She knew. And it was more than a couple.
I'm glad Elena knows for us. My head. She laid herself back down onto her pillow and shut her eyes tightly. Strangely, as her eyes remained shut, all she could picture or even think about were those strange memories of Tifa. And the more she thought about it, the more her head pounded and screamed at her to stop trying to remember. It was as if her brain didn't even want her to remember if it happened at all. Despite that, Elena still remembered the feelings clearly, even if she couldn't quite remember the situation. She felt a certain kind of warmth in her chest as she thought about it, a comforting and content kind of warmth. She knew how soft and smooth Tifa's skin felt, especially on her cheek and abdomen.
Whoa,
her abdomen.
Her abdomen.
Her cheek and abdomen are two different places.
Yeah, and you have to have certain access to touch the abdomen.
Yeah.
Well, actually, not with Tifa. It's like right there, to be fair. Yeah.
But
so.
for Elena, had to go
had
to go some special place.
One of my favorite notes I took when I was high was, I definitely forgot straight people exist. That's a mood.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Man, I wish I could forget straight people. What? Where was I? Yeah, she knew how soft and smooth Tifa's skin felt, especially on her cheek. Even though she didn't even remember touching her in any other way other than attacking and defending in battle. Elena recalled how once she would practically melt whenever she saw Tifa smile at her or laugh, and the way Tifa would kiss her. Shiva! It was so... Shiva!
I'm cringing so hard. Progressing down the female body, I see.
Lower.
Oh, God.
No! It didn't happen. They're just from my dreams. They're not real. They never were real. Elena reassured herself. There is no way she could have known Tifa when she was that age. It would have made Elena about the same age, and she knew the first time they had met was in the Mithril Cave. Yeah, she clearly introduced herself, explained what the Turks did, accidentally told them where Sephiroth was going. She remembered that perfectly. Well, that doesn't change the fact that they feel real.
It was the ice summer cold kiss. Bro, Shuva.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Anyways. No, she clearly remembered her past. She had a loving family and a cat. She had a younger sister and... Wait. She didn't have a sister. Or a cat. Alright, start over. She had a loving family and... No. I never really had a family. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks, and her brain hammered...
Read this part with a lot of emphasis.
The realization hit her like a ton of bricks, and her brain hammered viciously as she thought about it. Her family was never around. Elena sat up again and held her head with both of her hands tightly, trying to calm the storm in her mind. Instantly, memories of her childhood flooded back into her.
Boom!
Her parents were Shinra employees, both of them. Her mother was the scientist for the company, and she would always try to take care of Elena.
Let me read this part. if
Okay,
you
go
don't
ahead,
mind.
go ahead.
Boom! Her parents were Shinra employees, both of them. Her mother was a scientist for the company, and she would always try to take care of Elena, but she was always busy. So Elena's only memories of her were her mother ignoring her. Elena loved her mother dearly, but she was always told to play alone, and her father was, boom! He was a Turk, a very important Turk. He would always tell her about how he wanted her to grow up and do something to change the world. He wanted Elena to become something worthwhile, not to do dirty work like he had to do. He'd never be alone, or he'd never be home, and boom! And she had an older brother, and a dog, and boom! Wait, what was she thinking about again? Oh shit, I didn't scroll it down. Didn't scroll down. I didn't scroll down. Yeah, this is how I, dun, in my head, the doom. It was a boom. Boom. This is, I was so into this part, because in my head, I was like, there's no way that I can include, sound effects in a fan fiction,
Right.
and I'd always wanted this to be like read out loud. So this is actually amazing that we're doing this. So I'm really happy about this.
Yeah.
Boom.
I'm so glad you got to read it out loud.
Okay, wait, what was she thinking about again?
Okay, here, now you can continue again.
Okay. Elena shook her head a couple of times to regain her senses, and she looked around. Her headache was mostly gone now, and she was in her apartment. Wait, what did she do last night? Alright. She was at the bar with Tifa, Rude, and Reno. She hadn't forgotten her memories of Tifa, but she tried not to think about it. Looking over to the clock, Elena sighed. Elena sighed softly. 1:02 p.m. Pushing her blonde hair out of her face, she threw her legs over the bed and stood up, stretching unceremoniously as she yawned. Then she was caught off guard by a sudden rumble in her stomach, and she looked around to make sure no one heard it. Ugh, gotta get something to eat. Elena clearly wasn't a morning person.
Right. This is still in Elena's POV, actually. Go ahead.
Want me to still read this?
Yeah.
Okay. After feeding herself and changing into proper attire, Elena plopped down on her couch and flicked on the TV. She was dressed to go out, since she planned to head to
Imagine
7-Eleven.
TV in 2020.
TV, what's
TV.
that? Turn on my Netflix. Turn on Twitch.
I use it as my monitor. Throws her legs. I mean, if you're in Yansha, you could just throw legs in her.
Woo! Take off my legs.
Yeah, belly noises, yes. Who would have been around in her bedroom? She looked around to make sure nobody was there to hear it, so that was just...
Yeah, you know, anybody was... I don't know what her living situation is like.
Alright.
She was dressed to go out, since she planned to head to 7-Eleven pretty soon.
Seventh Heaven.
7-Heaven.
7-Eleven.
Oh my god, this is a try to get it. Since she planned to head to 7th Heaven pretty soon. But it seemed like heading there at 1:45 p.m. was a little too early when she started walking.
Isabella! Oh my god! I haven't seen you in so long!
Yay!
Oh, I miss you too!
Aww.
Throws her legs. Oh man. Okay.
Welcome, welcome. Sure, maybe the memories had triggered her curiosity a little bit, and she kind of wanted to see Tifa to confirm or disperse the thoughts, but that could wait, couldn't it?
You can say click. Click is fine. Click.
Click, Muse. Click, some comedy show. Click, Chocobo races. Click, more news. Well, never heard anyone to be a little early sometimes. Elena turned off the TV and grabbed her keys, wallet, and other usual things. You know, things adults bring with them to work.
I didn't have responsibilities back then. I didn't have access to keys. The thing that I had keys to was like, I don't know, the door to, like, notice I didn't even fucking say cell phone here. I didn't have a cell phone back then.
Like, keys to, I don't know.
Oh my
your
god,
locker.
Choco Jax, hello!
Oh, Choco Jax! Hi. Okay. Another usual thing she always brought with her just in case. She grabbed a jacket, put on some comfortable shoes, and headed out the door and locked her apartment behind her. Or at least she would have. Once she stepped out of her apartment door, she heard the phone inside ring.
The phone
inside.
The inside the landline. The fucking landline rang.
Bring, bring.
Okay.
Ugh, perfect timing. She rolled her eyes and went back into the apartment reluctantly. Elena shut the door behind her and kicked off her shoes carelessly, knowing she'll be putting them on again soon anyways. She nearly tripped on those shoes, but she regained her balance before she could hurt herself on any kinds of corners.
So, anyways is wrong.
Right.
It should be anyway.
But you know.
Just telling you past Yuma that you're wrong. Landline Yuma showing.
Oh my god.
This fanfic is bringing everyone together. Yes, it is. Okay, anybody watching this right now, you're the true OGs, for real though. You're the true fans.
All the people who like started on YouTube.
Yeah. For real.
This is like the OG.
Cyberpunk FF7 universe. Yes. Oh wait, the
no
music.
cell phones, just
Nope, that's not the right song. Okay. Still Tifa's theme.
She finally reached the phone, and she took a breath so she wouldn't sound rushed. Then soon picked it up, holding it to her ear. Elena here, she said into the phone, but inwardly she was thinking, why couldn't they have just called my PHS?
So, yes, she had a cell phone, apparently.
Oh. Suspicious.
We're the cool OGs. Yes, you're the cool OGs. Yo, if people aren't listening to this live, where the fuck were you before, huh?
Yo, everyone watching the VOD right now.
Yeah, all you watching the VOD. What is this? Missing Yuri Fridays? I announced it on all my channels, right? Moshi moshi, irene desu. Irene desu. Okay.
Okay, why couldn't they call my PHS? Hey, Elena? Hi, Elena. This is Tifa. The other voice said with uncertainty. Wait. Yeah, you can read that part. Yeah, read that part.
The other voice said with uncertainty. Tifa had never called her for anything other than work before, so this was rather new for her as well. Tifa had actually been staring at the phone for a few minutes after she ate, and she went to see if Denzel and Marlene were alright, just to pass some time. Is this
I guess this is now
It
Tifa's
is
perspective.
Tifa's
Yeah.
perspective.
Okay, so it's like talking in third person, so it's kind of complicated to
So
switch narrators.
Switch between the two, yeah.
YouTubes are the OGs now. I'm liking this. I was with Yuma in June. Hell yeah, you were. Hell yeah, you were.
Yeah.
Where were you when Yuma was reading her fanfic on
Right?
YouTube? I know. Why weren't you in fanfic practice? Fanfic practice is so funny. I've been waiting since 100 subs for this. Yeah, I think that Getting Over It stream. I don't know if you were there. Were you there for that?
I was there.
Okay. I don't know if that Getting Over It stream was when I was like, 1,000 subscribers. That's
Sure,
never gonna
alright,
happen.
yeah.
I'll read my fanfiction at that point.
I think so. And then you started streaming with like your first big series was Indivisible, and that was all on YouTube. Yeah, And he didn't start streaming on Twitch until like
halfway through the month, I think.
Yeah,
I think
but like
June
after
like
that.
17 or something like that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So YouTube really is the OG.
It is though. Let's see. When I was happy to get 100 subscribers.
Right. And
Oh, man.
150 on Twitter.
This is
for
nice, a
Pokérap.
fan fiction reading with author commentary. I know. You can see how you can watch me cringe about this. I wonder if anyone who's like read this fan fiction, like, I don't know, because there is like over 100 reviews on it, I think now.
Whoa.
I mean, from
Pretty good.
over the course of what? 15
15
years? In the middle of episode 2, gang, let's go. What's up? Okay. Tifa had actually been staring at the phone for a while. Okay. And then she went to see if Denzel and Marlene were all right just to pass the time. When they dismissed themselves to play, Tifa was left alone again with all those strange memories. She just had to call someone. And who better to call than Elena? This could be you.
Elena, however, was pleasantly surprised. She smiled to herself and leaned against the wall. Well, that explains it. She doesn't know my PHS number. Hey Tifa, what's up? No matter how hard Elena tried to stop it.
Elena.
Oh, no matter how hard Elena tried to stop it.
Yeah. Eileen?
Did I say Elena?
Yeah, you said
Oh my
Elena.
God.
Like in first, no?
Elena.
I'm gonna be way more strict about pronunciation in this one.
No, that's fine. Please correctly. Please. I want to get it right. Elena. No matter how hard Elena tried to stop it, she was happy that the girl called. All of those strangely mixed emotions and feelings were starting up again, and she tried to distract herself from the feelings and focus on the conversation. So she started playing with the telephone cord.
Actually, it might be pronounced Elena, but I've always read it as Elena in my head. So that's how
I know, like,
that's
Final
that's canonical in my head.
Uh-huh. I mean,
Well-
I guess you would know when, I don't know, when more parts of Final Fantasy VII Remake get released, right?
Oh yeah, because they'll
it's
say
voice.
her name.
It's
Yeah.
voice,
Well, I mean, there's so many things that already ruined all my canon. So,
Aw.
like, because this was written before Crisis Core came out, and it was written before Crisis came out, and before Dirge of Cerberus came out. So all of those things like totally fucked up
Aw.
my. Because Dirge of Cerberus was like supposed to be post Final Fantasy VII, but like I didn't include any of the events from Dirge of Cerberus in this. So this is canonical only to Final Fantasy VII and Advent Children.
Right.
Yeah.
'Cause that's when you wrote it.
Yeah. It's definitely Elena. Yay. In my head it is. Telephone cord, let's go.
Yeah. Telephone cord. What's that?
Well, Tifa started her side having a cordless phone.
Wow.
So she didn't have
the
anything.
future.
She didn't have anything to distract herself with. She probably had to charge it.
I remember like with those cordless phones, you have to like leave it inside to like charge it. But, like the receiver, you have to put it inside the receiver.
Yes, I
Yeah.
remember that. Ugh. Alt timeline Dirge of Cerberus was known as Vincent the Game. Yes, it was. I really didn't like that game though. It's unfortunate. Maybe I should try to play it. I got stuck at one really hard part, and I was like, what? 16 at the time. I didn't know what I was doing.
You're like, screw this, it's too hard.
Telephone cord gang. Didn't have anything to distract herself with. I was wondering if you wanted to come over earlier today, and she paced it around and started to play with a loose lock of hair, trying to think of a reason. She really just wanted some company or someone to talk to.
Some company, huh?
Yes, company.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Some company. No. To company with.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Read! It's your part, go!
I'd love to. Actually, Elena stopped herself from admitting that that she was heading out the door right now. The Turk was too proud, and she didn't
Didn't want to seem too eager.
didn't want to seem too eager to go over there. I wasn't doing anything right now, so I'll probably be there in a few minutes. Elena smirked to herself at that. Nice save. She cheered in her mind.
Almost sounds like Tara.
What did tsundere?
Yeah. Help me set up for
Tifa continued her explanation as she sat in her desk chair, still fiddling with that lock of hair. Then she realized what Elena said, her eyes widened, and she smiled, stammering out as she sat up straight. Oh, yeah, sure, I'll see you then.
Yeah, see you.
Awkward. These are such disaster gays. These are such disaster lesbians, right?
No,
even in fiction, I'm a disaster lesbian.
I feel that.
By the way, this is New Yuri Friday. This is just for YouTube. And we're not playing Highway Blossoms today. Yeah. I guess, I don't know, is this what we're gonna do for the next Yuri Friday? We want to finish Highway Blossoms.
I do want to finish Highway Blossoms.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're gonna...
Next save.
Yeah. dot.
This is ours OGs and ours. This is ours and ours only. That's right. That's correct. This is just for you, the hardcore fans that want to watch me live on YouTube.
YouTube exclusive content.
This is the Patreon exclusive. The Patreon that doesn't exist.
$0 Patreon tier.
Young Yuma writing in social awkwardness.
Oh my god.
Okay. You said yes to you, and she hung up with a sigh of relief. Okay.
Yeah.
But that. Oh, here you go. This is still you.
But that relaxed look didn't last very long, because seconds later, she was jumping up and down like a giddy teenager who just got a date.
Yup.
Because she did just get a date.
Hardcore Yuma fans. That's right.
Once she was finished with her little outburst of glee, she leaned against the wall again and laughed a little to herself. Now she didn't have to make up some stupid excuse as to why she was going there 2 hours earlier than she needed to. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, Elena pushed herself off of the wall and walked over to her shoes again. She had a self-satisfied smile on her lips as she put them on again, and she was soon out the door.
So many agains.
Again.
Again. Are we actually going to finish the fanfiction today? It's impossible.
I don't think
impossible
so,
to finish the fanfiction today.
She locked her apartment behind her and walked down the hallway with a bit of bounce in her step. It seemed like today was going to be a good day.
Once Tifa hung up, she exhaled a breath she had been holding in. She put the cordless phone down on the desk and laid her head down beside it, smiling to herself. Well, that was difficult. Simply put, she couldn't get Elena out of her head, and without anything to concentrate on, Tifa was going to go insane from the numerous, confusing, albeit intriguing thoughts. Ugh, what am I doing? Even if I talked to her about it, what would I say? I've been having these weird flashbacks about you and me making out.
Isn't that just like a normal lesbian thing?
How about every 500 subs we revisit it? Ooh, that's a good idea.
Ooh.
That's a good idea.
Oh, 500 is gonna be so long from
Do you want to do more? Do you like doing this?
This is fun.
Tifa hung up? No, okay, so they both hung up.
At the same time.
They both hung up,
supposedly,
consensually hung up.
Consensually. Oh my god. Consensual hanging up.
It would be IRL every time, though. I could just send you the text doc and then, yeah. You look disappointed.
Me? I mean...
Every 250 then? Maybe 250. That sounds like a normal number, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know how many subscribers you get.
Apparently divide the time between June 1st and now divided by 1,000
Sure.
is the average rate of growth. Although it could be like a hockey stick, you know. It probably had a pretty significant dive after I stopped streaming live on YouTube.
Maybe.
Nitori wants to say consensual.
You know, like when you're both talking on the phone, it's like, no, you hang up.
Oh my gosh! Wait, I got a sub.
Yay!
Wait, Shifta. Thank you so much for the follow. I mean, the subscription on YouTube.
Yay!
Welcome to the Iron Lions.
Woo, welcome.
Okay, we have to not let Yuma forget consensual. I can't actually do a raid in YouTube, so we don't have a raid message even.
But if we did, it'd be consensual.
It would be a consensual hang-up raid. Or
Or maybe it would be greater than period, greater than period. Semicolon, space, close bracket. Raid. Okay.
Tifa had to admit she felt a painful tightness in her chest and a pounding in her brain whenever she thought about the moments between Elena and herself. And the more she thought about it, the more vividly and frequently they came. But those never happened. I'm probably just making it up as I go along. I'm straight. I liked Cloud before and I got over him, but that doesn't mean I don't like men. Biting her lip. She's experiencing a moment. She wants Yuma to teach her the benefit of sleeping bottom lip. Oh god. Are you no pun gang? Hell yeah, I'm no pun gang. When sleeping, I don't wear anything. Pintinkyo spitting facts.
Yeah. I'm not staying over.
No, she's not staying over. She's gonna go home.
Yeah.
But biting her lip, of course, is biting her fucking lip. Because that's what you do. Biting her lip instinctively as the scene flashed again in her mind. Tifa tried to fight it and convince herself that she was straight. Straight. Not attracted to women and not attracted to Elena. Alright, so maybe she hadn't liked any guys lately, but it's not like that has anything to do with Elena.
Very lesbian.
Then another flashback returned, even more viciously than before. There was a cold sensation beating down Tifa's back. Her surroundings told her that she was in a shower. Oh god. Oh god.
Shower scene. Oh my
To yourself.
I'm sorry.
We need the cringe.
You had to do it though.
Oh my god. Alright. I just need to. I was gonna I need to cry. I am fucking crying. I'm crying. I'm gonna stop streaming after this. I can't. No more 24 hours. Probably being super loud in my apartment. Okay, let me just.
It's definitely louder sitting across from you than like at home.
Well, you can lower the volume at home. You can't lower the volume around me.
I don't mind.
Okay. Can I just?
It's already on screen.
It is, I guess. Oh god. Ugh. They were so teenagers too. I was a teenager. I
I thought they were older than me, you know? So looking back on this and they're like teenagers here and they're doing this kind of stuff, it's actually not good.
Oh yeah, because you said they're like 20s in
Yeah.
the future,
Yeah.
but this is like way in the
This
past.
is in the past.
My
So this is
God.
actually not cool anymore.
Oh my god.
You know what? I'm not gonna fucking read this out loud.
Oh, you read it.
Oh god. Oh. Oh god. Let me just delete this part. Let me just delete this
Okay, okay, you can delete that. You can Oh my
Peacefully
god.
Human.
Oh my god.
Let me just read a little bit further so that I can.
Okay. I shouldn't say anything too bad, but it's alright.
Can I just
Alright.
delete this too? This is peak horny younger Yuma. It is. This is peak. Yuma running away from her problems. Okay. Let's just slowly scroll down. Okay, cold sensation beating down on Tifa's back. Her surroundings told her that she was in a shower, but the image in front of her spoke volumes of other things.
Oh my
A naked Elena stood in front of her with a grin on her face.
Do I have to
This is you! This is you! You can't take it!
Wait.
This is you! This is your part!
Fine.
At least you didn't write it.
This is my fanfiction, so.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Wait, I just got really lightheaded. Give me a second.
You gotta mentally prepare yourself. I'm crying. Please read the cringe you want.
Okay. Are those injections having other effects on you, Tifa?
I giggle, then Elena's eyes seem to wander from Tifa's eyes down to Tifa's chest.
I think they've gotten even bigger.
This is more lift than Highway Blossom.
Oh my god! This is like the 18 plus part of Highway Blossom.
Wait, what is...
No!
Even though Tifa didn't realize it, she knew there was a blush on her face from the comment. I hope not. I already had to request bigger bras last week. Oh my fucking god. Tifa replied in a younger voice than her usual and sticking a tongue out at the girl. From the looks of it, Elena was about the same height as her at the time. Tifa then decided to take initiative and snaked her arms around Elena's waist, saying with a smirk, "Plus, I think it's normal since they've had the same kind of effect on your..." And she lightly pinched the girl's behind, causing Elena to jump a bit. A pink tint of colored Elena's cheeks as she narrowed her eyes at Tifa good-naturedly.
Oh my god! I have to read this.
Oh god.
Speak for yourself, Double Jug.
It's you, Chuck. And before she knew it, Elena forced Tifa onto the shower wall, and anyone
Whoa!
Yep.
Whoa!
And this is your line, actually.
Anyone here?
A female voice called into the bar.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Ah.
I need to like drink some water or something. I need something to help me.
I need a moment.
God. Yuma, please, I came here exclusively for you to read this. Oh, so great. Do you need more water? Do you want more water?
Okay.
You should.
I need some water.
Okay.
Consensual double jug rape.
I wish you could. Oh. I wish you could hear the noise I'm making right now. Joke. If y'all
all gonna send the. I'll just post a fucking link in the YouTube. I'll
everyone's
just
looking it up.
post a fucking link so y'all can. Is this it? This
Oh
is
my
it.
god.
There you go. Here you go. Wait, that's the one. Get that one. Since you're all looking it up anyway. Since you're all looking for it anyway.
There it is.
There you go. In all of its fucked up glory. I hope my voice is okay for tomorrow.
Oh my god.
Because I'm gonna do 24-hour stream. Oh god. Thank you for the cringe. No, don't share it on Discord. Don't put it in the Iron Lines Discord.
This YouTube exclusive.
This is YouTube exclusive. If they want to see this, they gotta fucking watch the stream. They gotta watch the stream and get to the 2.5 hour mark.
Tell them they have to watch the whole stream so they know where the link is. Don't even tell them.
Yeah. Don't tell them the timestamp. Don't tell them the timestamp.
They have to watch.
Give me those views,
Yeah,
though.
watch the whole thing. Watch the whole thing.
I'll leave a nice review. Heck yeah.
Ew. Oh my god.
Don't share that shit on Discord.
Private.
I joined in 2001. Yes. That's when I joined fanfiction.net.
Oh, look, it's Alyssa.
Yeah. Oh, Alyssa, what's up? Boss, you're all like, what if this chick is super huge boobs? Like, whoa, dude, my boobies got even bigger. This is when she was younger. This is a flashback. Jesus, everybody. Wiggles on Twitch too, but I've only been watching the VODs. Oh, okay. How are you doing? You good?
I'm good.
I couldn't handle that embarrassment.
No.
That was like the scene that I did not want to talk about.
No.
This is OGs only. Yo, this is a YouTube exclusive. Only YouTube fans can watch this.
YouTube exclusive.
Okay. Tifa was promptly pulled out of her daze. She could feel her heart hammering against her chest, and she had to take a moment to catch her breath. Quickly clearing her throat, even though she didn't currently trust her own voice, Tifa called out, "Upstairs!" I don't need water.
Take your time.
Oh god, I was born in 2001. Oh my god.
That's makes me
There are 13 more chapters after this. Yes, we'll do it at every 500 too much? What if we like hard shill for this?
That's fine.
Best
Think about
birthday
it now.
ever. Glad this is the best birthday
Yes.
ever for you.
I mean, think about it now. You got 500. You got 1,000 since you started, which was June.
Mhm.
So it's like June, July, August. So it's like 4 months. So
4 months, halfway through.
So 2 months. Read this every 2 months.
2 months is kind of a long time.
Yeah.
I want to hear you write more about booberinos in real life. Tifa's heart hammering against her huge They are though. Like if you look at the original art, like people actually complained a lot about the remake because she had smaller boobs.
Actually, yeah, I heard that discourse. Like
Yeah.
people were like, "What? She's not as big as she is in, you know, the OG."
Wearing her double jugs. That was supposed to be like teasing. That's supposed to be her making fun of her. Double jugs and chunk trunk. Consensual heart pounding. Okay. Upstairs. Once she realized that it was Elena coming up the stairs, she quickly checked her hair in the reflection of the picture frame that sat on her desk. When she decided that she looked presentable enough, she stood up and met Elena halfway.
Never been up here before.
Elena said as she looked around. Initially, she was excited. I guess you can read this.
Initially she was excited to come to see Tifa, but now that she was within 6 meters of her, she honestly didn't know what to say. She even tried not to make eye contact, since she knew that it would only trigger even more of those memories. Though it seemed easier said than done. Elena looked around at the picture frames on the walls, then into a room that contained teddy bears and night figurines. That must have been where Denzel and Marlene slept. Elena tried to fight it, but her eyes were slowly wandering back to Tifa, and when she did look at her, her eyes took in the sight before her eagerly.
Oh god, this is so teenager.
Sure, Tifa was dressed in her usual attire, the sleeveless black and white top with the black shorts with the semi-apron on. Elena wasn't quite sure if it was meant to be a skirt or if Tifa just cut up an apron and make something like that. Either way, Tifa looked great. Sadly, This outfit was a little more concealed than the one Elena first saw her in, but stop thought process there. Elena commanded her mind. Even though she still recalled the miniskirt that Tifa once wore.
This picture on the screen is actually inaccurate now then.
Oh, yeah.
And she's not dressed up in her Turk outfit either, so it's just for representation. Nerfed assets, yes.
Even though she still recalled the miniskirt that Tifa once wore, even when she kicked so high so often. And the white top that, if wet, would stop thought process.
Really? Tifa started not noticing, or maybe not wanting to notice, how Elena looked at her. Then, with her usual hostess instinct, she started to give a tour. Right in there, she motioned to the room beside her own, is Marlene and Denzel's room. Paste an apron PNG on there. Turk really sounds like a slur.
It kind of
I guess it does, because, but the Turks were the name of their organization, I guess.
But you have to take it in context of
Final Fantasy
Final
VII,
Fantasy
yeah.
VII.
Tifa's wet top, yes. You can tell that I like boobs. Based on this description, even back then, I was like, damn, boobs are nice. Oh, Jesus. Stop for start. Then she pointed it into the room across the hall without even needing to move. And that's the bathroom. There wasn't really much to tour at all. I've never played Fantasy before. Yeah, so the Turks are like the elite information gathering employees of Shinra. And so they're like Team Rocket. And if you don't think of them as what are they like in Final Fantasy, it's like Team Rocket and Pokemon.
Like their elite, like their group that does stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, they're supposed to do like shady stuff.
Yeah.
Yuma's very breast focused. You were like, is she boing? Those abs are supreme. Hell yeah. I mean, Tifa, if you think about it, Tifa's outfit looks a lot like my outfit. Right? Whoa, if she had a leather jacket on, even the gloves are the same. Oh, actually, I remember Alex saying that he remembers that Tifa is my favorite character in Final Fantasy, so he gave me the red gloves. Yeah. So I guess he also copied the
her outfit.
Yeah. So it's like Siege X Tifa.
Yeah.
Siege cosplaying as Tifa. Ah, Jesus. You must rock hard at six-pack abs from being a mountain lion. I prefer boobs over ass myself. Same, I think. Yeah, I would say so, probably. Yuma, did you have a copy of Dead or Alive Volleyball? No, but I could watch gameplay of it on YouTube.
You're like, yeah, I enjoy that.
Here, this is for you. This is your line.
Elena shook the thoughts out of her mind and looked at each respective room as Tifa talked about them.
Then Tifa moved aside so Elena could see past her. And this is my room.
Elena took a tentative step in her room and looked around. Not bad, she said with a bit of a grin. Then she added on quickly, considering you live over a bar and all. Ugh, smooth, Elena. Stupid pride getting in the way. Then she spotted the second bed and she asked, "Oh, is someone else lives here too?" Elena tried to hide the bit of jealous venom in her voice, but her mind told her that she had no reason to be jealous. Nope, no reason at all.
Turks is basically intelligence unit by... Yeah, basically Shinra CIA. Yeah, exactly. Tifa glared at Elena because of the comment about her living conditions, but shrugged a little and shook her head. It was just Elena being Turk-like, which, again, I guess sounds like a slur. It's not, it's like her being proud, basically. Her mind then wandered back to Cloud for a moment once he was mentioned, and she watched the bed as she replied, Cloud used to live here for a bit, but then he left to do his own business. I don't think he'll be coming back this time, except to use us as an inn or something. That statement seemed... Oh, here you go.
Okay. That statement seemed to calm Elena's nerves somewhat, but she found herself scanning Tifa's face for any signs of unrequited love as she talked about Cloud. Finding none, Elena inwardly sighed with relief. Well, if it's him, I'm sure he'll be alright.
Inwardly. She didn't do it out loud.
Oh, good. Like, did it come out? Like I did, and like, wait, it shouldn't.
The amount of XDs in the author's notes, I know. I fucking know. Please don't. Just don't. Forget about it. Just pretend they don't exist. I used to love that emote, and now I hate it so much. It just reminds me of how cringy I used to be. And whenever I see it, I'm like, this person is me when I was a teenager, and I hate them.
Wait, sometimes I still use
I've definitely seen you
I
use
used to
XD, and
call
I was like, ew.
Sorry.
Yeah,
It's a habit.
It's yeah, I mean, it's fine. It was also a habit for me, but I kicked it.
Like every time that I say LOL in like big capitals letters, that's where I would put an XD. So just like
LOL XD.
Yeah. No. Like whenever like I'm writing my tweets and stuff, it says LOL. Like that's where I would normally have put an XD. So I'm like, I'm replacing.
Oh, you're replacing LOL with XD. So I always thought of XD as like a silent, like
I just thought it was like equivalent to like LOL.
No, LOL to me was okay. So there's little L, little O, little L, which is like
Right. Yeah.
And then there's like LOL, which is capital LOL, which is like
yeah.
Like imagine, and then Raffle Mao, which is like all capital letters of Raffle Mao. Raffle Mao is like Pecora XD, ha 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 ha. Yuma, did you ever rar? I wouldn't be surprised if I did. I can't remember if I did.
Rar. XD,
I didn't uwu. I never uwu'd. I did lowercase n underscore lowercase n. It like looks like
like this.
Are you typing?
I have to visualize it.
Yeah, I get it. Oh my god. Let me just see Discord for a second. Are people talking about this in the
my god, I don't know.
I'm crying. Okay, no one's talking. The fanfic cringe. Okay, it's okay. We're not
YouTube content.
YouTube only content. Don't share this with anyone. You'll all get this exclusive content, and you're special to me. So don't make it so that you're not special to me anymore by sharing this externally. This stays between us, chat. This stays between us. I would ironically for so long it became unironic. I know that feeling. I never flashback to the welcome to the Ion Wayans. But that's because you all wanted me to do that. I did that for show. I didn't do it like I was doing that actually ironically. Not because I did it. Yeah.
Do it.
Exactly. Not because of me.
Yeah.
You're special, yes. YouTube gang. This is YouTube gang content only. Yeah, 1,000 followers or 1,000 subscribers and only, less than 30 people show up. Y'all are the inner circle right now.
Prime audience right here.
Yes, that's right. Where are we? You said this part. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Tifa walked over to her own bed and sat on it, putting her hands under her knees and swinging her legs a bit. I can give you a visual, Nitori.
It's like the little, swing your legs, like.
Yeah, kind of like.
Lollapalooza.
Like a lollapalooza. We were talking about it earlier in Discord. Trusted gang. Oh, that means I cannot trust all of you anymore.
We talk about it in Discord.
We talk about it in Discord.
Said no talking about it in Discord.
No talking about it on Discord. YouTube only content. I came here to see Yuma's amazing self-read cringy fanfic. That's right. Steel saber tooth. Is that what we are? Amazing. Okay. Tifa herself was also avoiding looking at Elena. With that shower memory fresh in her mind, she didn't know what kind of images she'd see even if she even looked at the girl. Ugh, shower memory.
Shower.
Horny. This is you now.
Elena shrugged a little and walked over to Tifa's desk, looking at the pictures on the wall. They were of all the members of Avalanche, yet Elena still scanned for her own face on the wall. It wasn't so much to confirm if the memories were true, but more to see if she was more than just a regular at the bar, or a rival, or whatever, or whatever. There were none there anyways. She leaned over slightly to get a closer look at the ones on her desk. Of course Tifa wouldn't have any pictures of her. Pictures are a great way to keep memories safe, huh?
Tifa nodded mutely as she gave up her attempts to not look at the girl. While the pictures on the wall distracted Elena, Tifa found her own eyes wandering over the girl's body. She definitely never noticed how slim and toned Elena looked without the suit on before now. Normally she'd wear an apron over her clothes when she worked as a waitress. Hadaka apron! No, I don't know. Yeah, horny young Yuma writing shower scenes. Yeah. I was how old? This was...
It was still 2005, right?
This is still 2005. This is still 2005.
Oh
I was still
the
a
same
teenager.
day. Or same like
span of
3
3
days.
days. Yeah, I think I wrote a chapter each day.
Christmas.
Slim and Tone Elena. That's right. I mean that hasn't changed. I still like Slim and Tone. And like, but it's rare to have Slim and Tone and also big boobies.
That's true.
You already read this? No. This is actually Tifa's point of view.
Yeah.
When Elena leaned over to look at the pictures on her desk, Tifa got a clearer view of her from the side. The sun from the windows on the opposite side of Elena seemed to add to the effect, giving her a kind of unearthly glow. Afraid that she was thinking of an overused cliche, Tifa refrained from laughing at herself when she thought, especially with the blonde hair, she looks almost like an angel.
So you like angels, is that what you're saying?
I can't right now. What is wrong with me? Oh my god, 2005, Yuma. Oh my god. Wait, is this work? Yeah, it works obviously. And even though she berated herself for noticing, just like in her memory, Tifa noticed Elena had all the curves in all of the right places, particularly around. That was when she realized she was leaning forward in order to see Elena's behind.
Whoa!
You were predicting her future. Curves in all the right places, that's right. That was also where she realized that she couldn't because Elena turned towards her and waved a hand in front of her face, as Tifa did to her the night before.
You alright?
Huh? Tifa blinked a couple times and then quickly sat up straight, shaking her head to get it out of the gutter. Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking about something.
Something.
Oh my god. Tifa tried harder to get the thoughts out of her mind, so she said the first thing that came to it. Why don't you have a seat? It's only 2 o'clock, so we've got plenty of time before the bar opens. For what, Tifa? What do you have time for? What do you have time for what, Tifa?
You're writing your own fanfiction.
Oh my god, we're being way too loud right now.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's okay. It's only 8:30.
Yeah. Well, regardless, when Tifa motioned to the spot beside her on the bed, oh my god.
Elena knew that it would be just as easy to sit in the desk chair, but she decided against it for reasons she didn't quite know or want to admit, and sat beside Tifa on the bed.
You mentioned memories, right? Young Yuma equals current Yuma. Outed herself. Yuma was always lewd. Wait, is Boss gay?
Yeah.
Wait, you've always liked boobs. Always liked boobs. She's blushing, Boss. Always has been gay. There's no not gay in my life. You mentioned memories, right? Tifa asked, leaning forward and resting her elbows on her knees. It was clear that she was debating with herself whether or not to ask Elena about the strange memories she's been having. But that was the whole point of Tifa inviting her over early, so...
Yeah, I don't know. I was just rambling, Elena said, also seeing the opportunity to ask more about... Also seeing the opening to ask about the headaches and memories.
Opportunity would work too, though.
Yeah.
It would work.
I just think you're lucky to have pictures to remember things by. Elena played with the fabric of her own shirt for a moment, and then looked up at Tifa, to see her listening intently. I don't have pictures of myself when I was younger. At least, I don't think I do. Judging from how many pictures Tifa had on the wall, Elena assumed she had albums of herself as a child and teenager.
Tifa thought about that for a moment. You know, I don't have too many from before Meteor. The Yuma Yamano, yes. You did a chat opening. Does Yuma underscore XD Yamano is gay? Wait, hold on. Is Tifa, or is Yuma a lesbian? Lesbian?
Is this Yuri?
Yeah, this is Yuri. She only owned one picture of herself from before she came to Midgar, and it was of herself, Sephiroth, and Zack. She didn't have any clear memories of anything after that, and no pictures to confirm anything between the time she left Mount Nibel to Nibel to meeting Barrett and starting Seventh Heaven. She also didn't particularly want to remember the times they bombed the reactors. I like having pictures of good memories, I guess. Tifa sat up and turned her body so both of her legs were pulled in, and she was facing Elena. Hey, have you ever felt like... Oh, the music was really good just right there. She started, not quite sure how to word her thoughts. Like you might have had amnesia at some point?
Elena's eyes widened at that comment, but she just nodded wordlessly to allow Tifa to further explain what she meant by that.
Like maybe you're remembering things you don't ever recall doing or saying. Tifa tucked a loose lock of her own hair behind her ear and glanced down at her own knee. She had to gather her resolve, preparing herself for either learning the truth or being looked at as insane, before looking back into Elena's eyes, and once their eyes made contact, boom! They both felt surges through their minds, both experiencing a blinding headache simultaneously. I guess this... I'll just read it.
Yeah.
Elena shut her eyes tightly and lowered her head, while Tifa brought a hand to her temple and shut her eyes as well. When the headaches cleared, they looked at each other again with confused looks. Remember, our heroes are eco-terrorists? Yeah. Double jugs. I have... What?
What?
Okay, here we go.
Tifa, Elena started, leaning in a little as she tried to make sure her mind wasn't playing tricks on her. How do we first meet? She asked, watching the girl carefully.
We were in Mithril Cave.
Think harder, Elena interrupted, urging her to remember further.
Tifa stared at Elena with lost eyes, not breaking contact with Elena's eyes, as if she was searching Elena's mind instead of her own. I think I had a different song for this in my head. It was, do they have a remake version of this? Oh.
Ooh.
Is this gonna look? Okay. Here we go.
Ooh, the setting.
The setting.
The mood setting music.
Here we go. Boom. Flashback time. Tifa stared at Elena with lost eyes, not breaking contact with Elena's eyes, as if she was searching Elena's mind instead of her own. Then the flashback came, a wave hitting her brain as she held her head tightly. That boom in the song was just like the boom I've imagined. Boom! Okay, I'll do this voice. Sergeant Lockhart, you've been assigned a new roommate. A Shinra guard stated as he saluted Tifa, who was lying on her bed casually since it was her day off. Really? I thought they wanted me by myself. Tifa said more to herself than the guard. Well, let her in. The guard left the room and Elena stepped in, saluting Tifa.
My name is...
Whoa. Don't be so formal, Tifa said with a grin as she sat up and looked the girl over. We're off duty for now, right? Put that hand down. Reluctantly, Elena lowered her hand with a sheepish smile on her face.
Sorry, I'm kind of new at this.
Hey guys, I know some of y'all think it's cool and hip to kiss on the window, but what if I told you that all the thrill and excitement could be found in the good This is a creepy flashback theme, yes. Creepy flashback theme.
Perfect.
Sorry, kind of new at this. Tifa smirked, that much I can see. Then she hopped off of her bed and stepped up to the girl, holding out her hand for a shake. My name's Tifa. Elena looked at the hand and then took it in her own, shaking it with a genuine smile on her face.
Elena.
Tifa's headache soon wore off, and she stared at Elena with a surprised look. We didn't meet at Mythical Cave. She then figured for Elena to ask those kinds of questions. Then, have you been remembering weird memories too? Weird. Weird, huh? Tifa asked with a bit of urgency. There you are! Here, if you want to read this.
Okay. With wide eyes, Elena nodded, finally confirming she wasn't going insane. What happened back then? When did these things take place? Why did we lose our memories? She subconsciously placed a hand on Tifa's knee and looked at her with desperate eyes. Elena was desperate for the truth, and she was hoping she could find some of it within Tifa. Were we together? Like, in love?
The Yuri! Lewd members hand holding his gateway drug to booby boobing. Booby boobing. Wow, Alyssa, wow.
Tifa tried to remember, digging into her mind to see if she could recall. She did know about the feelings she felt when she was with Elena, and with her right next to Tifa, asking her about the past and about them being together. The memories of the feelings and her current emotions were mixing together. Tifa just wished she could give her an answer she was sure about. Her brain ached when she looked at Elena, but she wanted to find out, so she dug deeper. Her head pounded even more furiously than ever. And with each pound was a newly revealed memory. When she tried to remember anything further. Boom. Hey, Elena. I don't know what's going to happen, but... Boom!
Don't make it sound like we're gonna die, Tiff. Tiff. Don't make it sound like we're gonna die, Tiff. I'll definitely see you again.
Boom! But, in case I don't see you for a while, I just wanted to say that I'd never forget you. Boom.
Oh, make sure you scroll down.
Oh, yeah.
Neither will I. No matter what happens, I'll always remember you.
Boom. I love you, Elena. Boom.
I love you too, Tifa.
Boom! Big boom! Tifa held her head with her hands, feeling as if her head would explode otherwise. The fierce boob. The fierce pounding ceased, but a deafening... You can just imagine, like, literally the music was just playing. Let me rewind it so that you can hear the booms. Where'd it go? Is it here? Boom! Yes. Did you just write a mindgasm? Yeah! I wrote a mindgasm. Tifa held her... Okay, fierce pounding ceased... when the fierce pounding ceased, but a deafening high-pitched tone that reverberated in her ears, and the world around her began to spin. Milliseconds later, she forgot the memory, but the sound continued. This is you.
Are you okay?
This is kind of like a wiggly, like, she's about to black out. So it's kind of like, are you okay?
Are you okay?
Yeah. All Tifa could see before falling unconscious was the blurry face of Elena with panic looked on her features. This is normal now.
Tifa!
Elena caught the girl in her... Oh, wait, here, you can read this.
Elena caught the girl in her arms as she fell forward. Tifa! She shook the girl a little in an attempt to wake her up, but it proved to be useless. Elena swiftly, yet gently, guided the girl down onto the pillow as she herself got off of the bed so Tifa could lay down comfortably. What's going on here? She asked herself, worry coating her voice. Sitting on the bedside, Elena watched the girl's serene, beautiful sleeping face for a moment.
Boomer moment. Boom.
Okay,
I was so
boomer.
Okay, boomer. Okie dokie, boomer. Whatever you say, boomer. Short it out from too much. This is what a hangover is like. Blacked out from the horny handhold. You can't say that on my stream.
You can't say that on
it's
YouTube.
Too 18
They'll
plus.
ban it.
Yeah. Okay.
Sitting on the bedside, Elena watched the girl's serene, beautiful sleeping face for a moment. A memory came back, but not nearly as intense as the ones Tifa went through. It was a memory of herself, sitting on Tifa's bedside in a completely different environment, and she was taking care of a younger, more vulnerable Tifa. And just like in the memory, Elena brushed away some of the hair covering Tifa's eyes, then let her fingers rest on her cheek comfortably. Elena caught herself leaning in, so she pulled a hand back and looked away guiltily. I'm not the type to steal a kiss while she's asleep. Elena then smirked to herself, thinking, so much for saying they were just dreams.
Ooh, scene change.
Woo!
Okay, let's go back to the normal music then. 1 hour version of Tifa instrumental. Let me start that from the beginning, because it's not in the beginning. Here.
Whoa,
Yo.
the pig, like...
Vana was one of my beta readers. She was one of my friends in high school, and she read it for me, critiqued it for me.
Aww.
She wasn't my ex-girlfriend, if that's what you're all wondering. My ex-girlfriend, I wonder if I actually do have her name in there later, but I think I took it out of this one.
Yeah.
A special mission. Yes, I want you to retrieve an experiment that Shinra Labs has sent out to test for social capabilities. She's had memory cleansing and reprogramming, so she may seem rather unwilling to go with you. But I want you to bring her back regardless. The method you bring her isn't of importance. I just want her alive. Do you understand, Rude? Affirmative. Rude answered. Who is it that I'm going to bring? A fact.
Before email.
What, she was gonna text him his like at the time, what was he supposed to do? I've sent a fax. I want you.
Yeah, I sent you a private message on Discord.
Yeah, I DM'd you. I sent you a fax. I've sent you an email. I've sent you the mission. Proofreading friends is our peak intimacy. She read the rude words. Oh, Double Jug's not created. They're a great person.
She did read the
Vana said Double Jug's okay. I like Vana. More like old person language. Yeah, fax.
I've sent a fax. I want you to bring her as soon as possible. Judging from the previous experiments, the effects of the memory reprogramming should be wearing off. Be careful. She's very clever, deceitful, and very, very dangerous. The fax printed on Rude's side of the line, and he looked at the picture. His eyes widened behind his sunglasses, but he couldn't refuse the order. I understand. I'll try to retrieve her as soon as I can. Oh, don't worry about it today. It's your day off, after all. Ah, yes, I forgot. Don't tell your comrades about this either. I'll send some other Turks to accompany you. That is all. After hanging up the phone, Rude fell back onto his couch, took off his sunglasses, and stared at the paper in disbelief.
Whoa! I wonder who
Plot thickens. So the important part is the effects of the memory cleansing and reprogramming. She's had memory cleansing and reprogramming, so she may seem rather unwilling to go with you. I want you to bring her back regardless.
So that's why, like, their memories are coming back because
it's wearing off.
and they're like, "Oh, we can't have that."
Exactly. What did I say here? Author's note. I was really stressing about this chapter because I was worried I made them out of character. If you agree, say so. Crying face. Wait. Semicolon dash semicolon period.
Wait, I still use that.
I use a semicolon. Small o semicolon.
Oh.
Yeah. What's up with that? Semicolon dash semicolon.
I use that.
You think Hojo's poses in lab coat and sells El Sai Genova? Yuma goes cat. Oh, is that the XD phase? Chapter 4 tomorrow. What's the plan? We still got like an hour. We could start chapter 4 today. Yeah.
Start chapter 4.
And not tomorrow. I wouldn't read it during my 24-hour stream because that's on Twitch. And this is YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube
exclusive content. Exclusive content. Yuma. I actually still use not semicolon, but
colon 3.
Colon
Yeah.
3.
Colon 3 is like,
Like smuggled little cat face.
I mean, my face is default semicolon 3.
Oh, so cute.
Okay. I made an excuse to myself that they're only out of character because of the headaches and confusion. They'd obviously feel more confused and vulnerable and stuff. I also put a little teaser at the end. Sweet. Colon 3. Ah, rude. What are you going to do? Anyways. Anyway, next chapter will be a fun one. All the little flashbacks put into one, making for some Tifa plus Elena soldier loving. As always, review please. The only reason is fucking crying face. The only reason I keep going is because of the positive feedback. Even true now. The only reason I keep streaming is because of positive feedback.
Aw, you're such a good streamer, Yuma.
Thanks. We should be honored receiving Yuma's exclusive content. Hey, is Howie's Blossoms happening just next Friday then? Yes, we're doing Howie Blossoms next Friday, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think so.
Right?
We're not doing this.
we're not doing it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How it blossoms?
Yeah.
No, we're doing it next week.
next week. Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
making sure.
Gotta get that figured out.
11. Oh my, I'm nervous when you say that. I'm nervous too. I don't remember what chapter 4 was about. Chapter 4 was all the setting was all in soldier time. So the whole thing is a flashback.
Big flashback.
God, I love this chapter. XD. It took me an hour. Period. It took me an hour to read it all through and edit with interruptions from my infotech teacher and my googling things. I didn't edit much, but I was thinking about something that I had written in chapter 10 that I might want to change. Maybe I will change it.
Did you change it?
I don't remember. I don't remember what chapter 10 was specifically about. My infotech teacher.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was in high school. Was I? Must have been. Well, high school for me starts at 13 because Canadian high schools start at 13. Like it's in my school system there was no junior high, so it was.
Oh, so it was like kind of like merged.
Yeah, it was 8th grade or grade 8, and we called it grade 8 to grade 12. Wait till chapter 4 is like commentary on the Iraq War. Is there?
What?
What? Really? Hang on.
Why?
Should I read this? I should read
let's
through
give
it again.
Okay. I gotta use the bathroom really quick.
Okay. That's a good idea.
And then
Alright,
we'll
break
come
time
back
while I
out.
load up chapter 4. Oh my gosh. Oof. Oh man. Chapter 10 was extreme clam jamming. Is it? Did you read that fast already? Oh my god, punk. Political Yuma? I don't remember being political. I didn't know anything about it at the time. I don't know anything about it now even. Maybe it's unintentional commentary on the Iraq War. Window capture. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is... Chapter 4. Chapter 10, we go wrist deep and then some. Oh gosh. Chapter 4. Oh, too much, showing too much. Okay, Alright, Okay. Let's make that the same size. Soldier lovin'. It's that soldier lovin'. That just got me bugging. It's that soldier lovin'. And that just got me bugging. Elbow deep, now we bully boss. Ugh, don't bully me. So this is YouTube exclusive content because I know that you're all not going to hurt my feelings about this. You know what I mean? Like, I trust you all to be vulnerable around you, to share this part of me with you. Happy New Year, young Yuma. Aww. What did I say in this? Did I? So, I hope that you all understand that. I hope that nobody makes me regret sharing this because this was very personal to me. This is very, like, I didn't tell anybody. I just like wrote my own story, really. I wrote what I was thinking at the time. I was so invested in this. I love these characters so much, and I don't want to have that, I guess, thrown back in my face. You understand, boss? I'm glad. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom too while Nitori hangs out here.
Okay. I will hang out here.
I will hide myself. Give me a second. Where is Fear of Your Life? Here it is. Okay. You are now
In charge.
Okay.
Don't mess anything up on my stream.
No, I promise. Hi, chat. How are you guys? What did you guys talk about when I was away? I hope you're having a good time. Yuma like Nitori before they even met. What are you guys been talking about? Wait a minute. What? Yuma was very attached to her Yuri fic. She is. I mean, she worked so hard on it. I could tell. It's 16 chapters. We don't want to do anything that deletes it. Yeah, keep it up. Compliment when Yuma gets back. Oh, we totally should. I hope she can't hear me, but it's a funny thing. Like, she could hear me now because we're in the same room. Like, I can't talk too loudly about her. So Nitori, how's Yuma's house? It was good. It was good place. It wasn't too hard to find a McDonald's. Found the took me a while to find the alleyway, but then she showed me around. It was pretty good. Underground house bunker she has here. So we bully you because we love you, Yuma. That's true. We do. Compliment Yuma time. All right. What should we say about Yuma when she gets back? We could compliment her. Her writing skills are just so good, and her taste in Yuri. Taste in the Yuri body.
Did you want some more water?
Oh, I'm good.
You're good?
I still have plenty of stuff.
Is it too sweet?
No, it's fine. I just like drinking these two on and off. So.
Okay, got it. What have you been talking about?
Nothing. I told him that I had no trouble finding your McDonald's.
Ah, perfect. Yeah, I'm glad. Let me put myself back in something. Oh God, I've been laughing too hard. I'm like straining my voice, laughing too hard.
It's so funny, like streaming in the same room because like.
Yeah. Also watch your head there.
Yeah.
Like don't smack your head on that.
Okay.
Yuma's so cool. Compliment her abs. No.
Yeah.
No, my abs. Thank you, everyone. This fanfic very enjoyable, and her taste in Yuri is top tier. Perfect.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad.
Yeah. I mean, I'm having fun with this fanfic.
I'm glad. I'm really glad actually, because it was, except for that part that was really hard to
spicy?
read.
Oh no, it's good. It's really good.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I went over the full story with you before though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You've definitely told me parts of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. All the Final Fantasy stuff is like, can't see how accurate
Yeah, that's
it is.
true.
Yeah.
Did you two get McDonald's? We didn't. We should. Is it different energy when streaming right next to someone? It's totally different. But I mean, it's similar also.
Yeah.
Like, because it's the same people, but for me...
On top of it, like, for VTubing, because how we actually, are looking at each other versus how you look at our avatars.
Yeah. Well, I feel like my avatar makes similar faces from what I do. I'm like,
it's true. My avatar's literally not moving, so you can't see my expression.
Yeah, that's true. You have the same.
Although I think I look like that most of the time.
I think so too, yeah. But like, this is when I can, like, if she says something that's like, I don't know, raunchy or something, I can like...
You like look at me.
Glare, like, are you serious right now? Nitori, how is Daigo? Daigo's actually with Roomba right now. Daigo is, he brought, Roomba brought Daigo to his parents' place because they also have a dog and they can, like, now play doggy play dates all day together.
Daigo's on vacation.
Yeah, he's on vacation, yeah. Which actually is just a vacation for me, to be honest. I hope to see Nitori move one day. Oh, yay! Someday.
Yeah,
someday my model will move. Someday I can VTube. And how thrilling moment will be.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
Yo, AL, for real, Yuma gets into the big details. She lets you feel the little...
Oh my god!
Do I want to read this chapter?
Oh my god, is there more stuff in this chapter?
Like, close that. Platonic.
Oh my god.
Let me just read through
really quick. I mean...
This is a long one, huh?
I don't know if we'll finish it, but...
Let me see. Wait, I don't need to highlight to see how many words there are.
Mm-hmm.
Do I? Word count.
Word count is
5,000?
6,000-ish.
6,000.
Okay, 6,000 is not bad. I hope to be an animated model. Full version when? Do you have any updates?
On the model?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Oh,
Unfortunately, this is still all I have. But
Yeah, and Choco Jax is gonna be the one to first know it because she's doing the rigging, right?
Yes, she will be. She'll be doing the rigging, and I'm so excited because she's so good at doing stuff.
Oh my god, her cyanide and happiness
Oh my
style
God!
to me today was so
Oh,
good. Oh my gosh.
so powerful too. Like she could just like
do that.
do a new model.
Yeah, just
and like
for
that
fun.
style.
Yeah.
Because
I've never seen that before.
I've never seen like a chibi style like live 2D model. Like
Have
that.
I? Maybe.
Not like that.
Not like that.
though.
No.
Yeah.
Not like that.
Like something you just like crank out. She's so talented.
Yeah. Okay. March 11, 2007, author's note. This is 2 years after the original writing of this chapter. I could probably find when I had posted each individual chapter because I think that it shows on fanfiction.net. Okay, chapter 4.
I mean, you could still deduce it's like Christmas, right?
Chapter 1 to 4, I think, was around Christmas, and then a few months later was the other chapters. Her what? Cyanide and happiness is great. Yeah. Call it a gremlin? I can see that. I can see the gremlin.
Choco Jack's gremlin form.
Yeah. Okay, chapter 4. This was a fun chapter to write, I remember, and I actually plan on making chapter 11 a flashback chapter as well. Oh, spoilers.
Wow.
After all,
Okay,
of the
just tell us.
stagnant drama, or at least I, need some action, comedic relief, and Tifa/Elena soldier lovin'.
Woohoo.
Plus, the real fun stuff is only just beginning.
Whoa. Sounds
Stay
like it's
tuned.
foreshadowing some spicy scenes.
Yeah, wait, I need to fix something here, because this isn't... chapter 4. This is not there.
Oh.
That looks better. Okay. Original author's notes. Yay, chapter 4. Get ready. I'm going to take all the flashbacks and put into one big flashback. There might be another chapter like this one later on because I know I'm going to leave stuff out of this one. XD. I intend to. I'll put another flashback chapter later in the future where their plans about Shinra and stuff. I also know that I made Elena out of character in this during the flashback. She'd been alone for so long, and suddenly she's with a mass of people who she doesn't know. D:!
Aww.
And without her father,
No.
of course she's gonna be out of character. She becomes more like herself later on, though. Yeah, and I left out the shower scene, sadly. Sadly? I want to keep the rating proper, you know.
You just wrote the shower scene in the last chapter.
It's already spoiled.
It's already there.
It's already there.
Yeah.
What is wrong with me?
Oh my god.
Who knows? I may write it limish. Dying. 24-hour stream canceled, everybody. I'm just dead. I'm dead. One of the flashback chapters. Sorry the chapter's a bit late, though. My holiday's been kind of sucking, and I guess it's been showing a little. Updates may come a little slower in 2006, though. School starts up again, and usually I become blah.
So this is before 2006.
This was published 2005, December.
Yeah, okay.
Livish.
Oh my god.
I was really vibing to the shower. I was like, this is the hottest thing ever. I was like, damn, they in the shower together. Showering together, so hot. Oh yeah, Happy New Year, XD. Disclaimer, don't own Final Fantasy 7, not making any money at all. I don't even have a job. That's what I was like, what? A teenager. I didn't have a job.
Have a job.
Period.
That's why it's called
period.
Fanfiction.
Yeah.
Because you don't own Final Fantasy 7. If you own Final Fantasy 7, it would just be fiction.
Yeah, it would. It would just be fiction.
Yeah.
It would be canon. Yeah.
Canon fiction.
Poor young Yuma dealing with school. What are limes in fanfiction like soft lemons? Yes. Yeah. Lemons would be go into detail and be like, yo,
Very explicit.
they did the sex. Pens off going to town. School also made me blah. Yeah. I really hated my high school life, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, wait, let me fix this so that it doesn't have a break there. Okay. Platonic. Chapter 4. This is Tifa still. Okay. Shinra ruined my life. It wasn't only my life they ruined either. They ruined the lives of so many people close to me. and even those who opposed me. They even took the life of my father, the only family I had left. I'll never forgive them. I hate them all. Tifa Lockhart, 16 years old, was now an official sergeant of soldier. During her days as a private, she received many injections and tests to see her capabilities and add improvements to her pain tolerance, physical strength, and agility. She knew the road to revenge would be long and possibly painful, but she had no idea it would be quite so lonely. Because Tifa was a special case, she was told she'd have a single room unless they'd find another test subject capable of withstanding the same injections and training she had as a private. Since the male soldiers had possibilities of trying certain things while she was asleep, they decided that Shinra's secret weapon wasn't worth risking in a cabin of rowdy men. Genova cells didn't seem to affect women much or at all, so they've had to find other means of creating enhanced soldiers, Eva injections. So far, though, Tifa was the only subject who hadn't had any side effects or damage physically or mentally. Even knowing that no one before her had successfully gone through the tests, Tifa still accepted them willingly, knowing that if they succeeded, she would rise quickly within the company. And if she could rise quickly, she could tear it down from the inside just as easily. It was quite reckless, but at least she got lucky that time. The fact that she was the only one so far gave her a certain confidence and edge. Along with her natural skills as a martial artist, she had the enhancements to aid her in her training. That meant that most people, even some higher officials, have failed to defeat her. Shinra was definitely excited to create a second one like her. Hololive worked. Let's make more Hololive. That's basically what it was. It's like Tokino Sora like blew up, and so yeah, let's make everyone else into Hololive.
Let's just make everyone VTuber.
Yeah,
Tifa, the first Shinra's first VTuber.
Shinra's first VTuber. The injections increased her breast size 200%. Success.
Oh my God.
I'm going to take Taekwondo. Probably be over when I'm back. Probably. If it's about an hour, then we'll be done around 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Bye, Renzi.
Bye, Renzi. We'll see you in the VOD. Tifa should have expected her time at Shinra to be lonely. She was practically the only woman there in a place with deprived men. Deprived men who she could beat up. If that wasn't sad enough, she had to admit that after the mess with Cloud, Zack, and Sephiroth, she didn't even have much interest in men, let alone men who couldn't even defend themselves against her. So here she was, newly promoted, and optimistic about another promotion in the near future. She kicked off her shoes, fell back onto her bed, and put her hands behind her head, letting herself get comfortable on her day off for once. She had no doctor's appointments today, no training scheduled until tomorrow, and no missions until she's assigned, so she was allowed to sleep the day away. It was better to sleep than to be courted by any more would-be soldiers anyways. So, shutting her eyes and exhaling a breath, she slowly drifted off to sleep. Or at least she would have liked to. She heard someone knock at the door and her eyes shot open. Ugh, it's supposed to be my day off. She stayed laid back and rolled her eyes. Come in. She made a note to herself that if this wasn't an important message, she was going to hurt the messenger. A man stepped in, almost trying to look angry and tough as he stood at attention. He seemed to be a new recruit, taking his job so seriously. He didn't even make eye contact with Tifa. Sergeant Lockhart, you've been assigned a new roommate. The Shinra guard stated as he saluted Tifa. Bye, Alyssa. Have a good night.
Good night.
Thanks for sharing Blast. Yay. Yuma writing that sweet Yuri Tifa. Yeah. Hell yeah. Really? Now that sparked her interest. Does this seem familiar? The scene?
Right? I feel like I've heard this before.
We've read this before. We're wishing all the flashbacks into one.
It's all coming together
Yeah,
now.
this is what actually happened, what she was actually thinking. Does that mean someone else passed the tests? She knew that Shinra wouldn't room her with a man, so it must be. She smirked to herself inwardly. Maybe her time here wouldn't be quite so lonely after all. I thought they wanted me by myself, Tifa said more to herself than the guard. Well, let her in. Tifa lifted her head so she could see the door and awaited the arrival of her new and hopefully cute roommate.
What if it's just like this big, like, old
Yeah.
guy or something?
It wouldn't be a guy because they wouldn't, like she
That's
said already,
true.
they wouldn't room her with a guy.
Old woman.
So, old woman. Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
In my head, it's not that. So
It's a good
obviously.
thing it wasn't, yeah.
Yeah. Final Fantasy 9 the best? Oh. Also, I know nothing about Final Fantasy. I'm just vibing here. This is fun. Yeah, I'm glad that you're
Yay.
enjoying this.
I think there's talking dog and cat in Final Fantasy. That's all I know. Yes, there is. Well, even if y'all haven't read Final Fantasy, you can enjoy the Yuri, and you can. This is pretty much its unique story. There's like things that tie in with the canon, and there's some things that if you understand what it is, it helps, but it doesn't like change what the story's about.
I'll try to read it for next time. Or play Final Fantasy VII for next time.
Oh, actually?
Yeah. I got it when it was on sale.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I have to play it through.
Yes.
Maybe I'll stream it. But you guys are already streaming.
You can stream it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If it's during hours that I'm not streaming, I would totally love to like hang out.
Sure.
Yeah. Are you gonna read through it all, or are you just gonna like silently like go through it as fast as you can? I don't know. Like, let's check how long to beat.
Streaming it, then I'm gonna.
How long to beat Final Fantasy VII?
If I'm gonna just play it on my own, then yeah, I would silently read it. But if I'm going to be streaming it, then it's gonna be like streaming.
Main story is more than that. It's 40 hours. Main plus extras is 51 hours. Completionist is 84 hours.
I mean, it's still gonna be a few weeks before I do it, at least.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you have time. Yeah. Out of Power Bait South. South is a robot? What? I always enjoy the Yuri. Don't you worry about that. Nice.
Yay.
Don't worry about the Yuri. Final Fantasy 14 complete edition is on sale right now. I grabbed it.
Wait, really?
Most things I watch, I've read fanfic of first anyways. Ah. I see. Same. No, not same. Usually I like to get the context of what the thing is before, but if I see that back then, I don't read that much fanfiction anymore. I read mostly doujins now.
Fanfiction though.
It is fanfiction in visual form. Yeah.
Manga comic.
Oh, if I could turn this into a doujin, that would be such superpower. I would love that. I too bad I can't. If I could commission this whole thing, I would probably do it for my OCs actually. I think my OCs, I think the stuff that I'd written more recently is more, like within the past couple of years, would be much better than this. This is such garbage.
Shower scene.
Shower scene garbage. Oh, it gets worse with my OCs, but because I know what sex is now, you know.
Yeah. You just fade to black unless they install the 18 plus patch. Oh, that's what you should do. Yeah,
just turn it all into a VN. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yuma graduating to a more cultured class of reading material. Yes. Shower scene in doujin form. Yes. Yes, ma'am. And with that, the guard left the room. A young blonde, not looking any older than Tifa herself, stepped in. She had a look on her face that spoke of insecurity, worry, and uncertainty. But her eyes blazed with passion and revenge. She didn't know any other way to infiltrate Shinra than by joining Soldier, since at her age, they wouldn't accept her unless she was an experiment. They injected a couple of chemicals, which she was told only succeeded on one person before her, but she accepted anyway. She had to get into Shinra no matter what. However, it looked as if the training she received from her father long ago sufficed to get her into the Soldier program as well.
Dad,
she thought sadly as she remembered the man, seemingly her only family. I guess you can read this part.
Suddenly, she remembered her manners and saluted the girl on the bed. My name is...
Whoa, don't be so formal. Tifa said with a grin as she sat up. Oh, don't be so formal, Tifa said with a grin as she sat up and looked the girl over. A rare rose in the field of grass, indeed. She is cute! Aww. This blonde had an innocent demeanor of a new recruit, and yet looked like she could hold herself well in battle. Lucky, aren't I? Tifa thought to herself with an inward chuckle. And she was going to be Tifa's roommate, too. We're off duty for now, right? Put that hand down. Yuma's eyes also blaze with passion. Yuma making an arrow manga of Tifa and Elena having Yuri shower moment. Yuri could be fun for the whole family. Yeah, it could be. Reluctantly, let me see this. This is you. You can read it.
Okay. Reluctantly, the new recruit lowered her hand with a sheepish smile on her face. Sorry, I'm kind of new at this. So this was the Tifa Lockhart she'd heard so much about. She was even more than the girl had originally expected, though she pictured more of a scary woman who'd command and train her day in and day out. This girl looked much nicer than that. At least, she hoped she was nicer than that.
Tifa smirked. That much I can see. She hopped off of her bed, landed on her feet, and stepped up to the girl, scanning her over now that she was up close.
Tifa nodded and held her hand out for a shake with a friendly smile on her face. My name's Tifa.
The blonde must have noticed the way Tifa was scanning her over, because before she knew it, a light pink tint spread over her cheeks. She looked at the hand, then took it into her own, shaking it with a genuine smile on her face. Elena.
And in the previous chapter, this scene cut off here.
That's right. Yeah.
So this is where new content is. New quote-unquote content. Chen, thank you so much for the sub on YouTube. Welcome to the Iron Lions.
Welcome.
Sex hunt? I don't know about that. I smoked a cigarette after to tell the handsome the girl I don't actually smoke cigarettes. I know what sex is now, yes. Nice to meet you, Elena. Oi! Tifa! How about some one-on-one trading in my room? A voice called from outside the dorm. Maybe when you can actually beat me in a match, Rex. Soon she was reaching around the girl and shutting the door behind the blonde. Sorry about that. Some of the other soldiers like to try to look into my room or try to get dates. She narrowed her eyes towards the door. Honestly, sometimes men just don't get a clue, do they? Nitori's nodding. If there was anything other than combat that Tifa was good at, it was communication. She could easily break the ice, and it showed in the way that she talked to Elena. It was also clear that she was confident in most aspects of herself because of the way she carried her own weight, confidently and proudly.
Elena giggled a bit at that scene, already beginning to feel more comfortable in the environment that she had already been afraid of. Already, she was thankful for Tifa's presence, and the way she dealt with the man so easily only made Elena start to admire her strength even more.
Elena
knew that if she were the only female in a crowd of men, she honestly didn't know how she would react to comments like that, or if she could even defend herself properly if any were to advance on her. She had always been sheltered and protected by her father, but other than that, she was always alone. That meant she didn't quite know how to talk to people. So now that she was suddenly exposed to this new group, Elena felt like hiding. She could feel an aura that Tifa gave off. So despite her uncertainties, Elena could feel a wave of confidence and strength entering her body just by being near Tifa. It made Elena feel warm, comfortable, and able to take on armies as long as this girl was there to support her. Wait a sec, Elena. Don't think like that. She's gonna be your roommate. They were just roommates.
I mean, Tifa was definitely thinking of not that.
Yeah.
So, like, at this point, this is like super gay Tifa from the past, before she got her memories wiped and stopped being gay Tifa.
They wiped the gay off of her.
They played the gay away. They chemically induced non-gay into her.
She scolded herself. It's okay to look up to her, but...
Tifa took Elena's hand in her own, excited to finally have some good company. Anyway, I'm gonna delete that ass. Anyway, let me give you the tour. She had an energized grin on her face. Finally getting a roommate was better than taking a nap all day. Here's the main part. I guess you already know that, though. I sleep here, relax here. She sweat dropped. She sweat dropped. Okay. What the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? She fucking sweat dropped.
That's such an anime thing. Oh my god.
Gave her the anti-gay message. Yeah. She sweat dropped a little when she realized Shinra hadn't even given the new girl a bed. Where do they expect her to sleep? Tifa inwardly scoffed. Perverts.
Where do they expect me to sleep? Elena seemed to have the same thoughts running through her mind as she stared at the single bed. Sure, she never had any particular issues with sharing a bed with another girl, but they just met. And Elena didn't really want to ruin her only potential companion by kicking her or mistaking her for a plush toy when they were asleep. Though, it didn't seem too bad considering... Don't think like that! You're straight, Elena. Straight.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Straight.
Straight.
You can see
teenage Yuma denying her
Oh
gayness.
my god, this
Like,
right here.
Tifa, Tifa, could you be my son? XD. Oh man. You know, if this were like 15 years ago,
Oh my
apparently
God.
I would have been right there with you all. I would have been like, nothing's wrong with this chat. And all of these people are my
Join it,
people.
XD.
I would just respond with XD also.
Ooh.
Or you know what's worse? XD, but the little like semicolon after the D.
Yeah,
It's like, what is that?
That's like XD sweat.
yeah, but like it's sweating on your like chin. Then.
Yeah.
I thought that said something very different. What?
Like what's
Which
it?
part? Plush toy? Tifa's plush toy? Oh.
Mhm.
Well, anyway.
Anyway, come
Anyway.
on. Anyway. Delete that. S.
Any gay?
I'm sure they'll get you a bed soon enough, I guess. Tifa reassured her,
Sure.
not wanting to be too forward with her flirting by inviting Elena into her bed the first night. Let's continue the tour, she said enthusiastically. Serving as a tour guide in Nibelheim did have its perks after all. Nibelheim? Nibelheim. I've always read it as Nibelheim. Nibelheim. That's her hometown. Tifa motioned towards the mini hallway. Down there's the bathroom, and then she motioned to a little area with a refrigerator and a stove. And I guess you can call that a kitchen. I don't like the cafeteria food, so I just make my own stuff sometimes. So this is a throwback to, or I guess it's referring to the scene in the bar where she is cooking, and she enjoys cooking more.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's where she.
Yeah, so this
got
is
her
where that started.
cooking.
She's actually oops. What? Oh,
Okay,
yeah. She started cooking when she was in Soldier.
Oh, I like that. throwback.
Nibelheim.
No. Mm. Elena just nodded dumbly as she listened to the tour, following the girl's motions with her eyes. There didn't seem to be any need to move from that one spot, really, so Elena questioned as to why Tifa was holding her hand.
There it is.
Whoa.
There it is. I was out Nibelheim. Nipcar. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Adachi and Shimamura is the story of one girl's quest to cover a rural town in spaghetti. I actually really liked Adachi and Shimamura. Okay, anyway, where were we? Holding hands.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So they were holding hands.
Yeah.
That question was soon answered because Tifa guided her to the one bed in the room and sat on it, motioning for her to sit beside her.
So, tell me about yourself. Why'd you join? How old are you? And all that business. Tifa said with a grin, facing Elena as she pulled her feet in. She's sitting the exact same way that she sat on her bed in the third chapter.
Oh,
These are all throwbacks.
yeah,
These
yeah.
are all throwbacks to
So,
the
like-
third chapter.
like, yeah.
Yeah, kind of like...
Yeah.
Your knees up to your chest.
Mhm.
I do that.
I do that a lot too.
Elena sat where she was directed and put her hands on her own lap, shrugging a little as she faced Tifa. I don't know really why I joined, she inwardly thought to herself. That's a lie, and you know it. She then added on, I guess you could say I wanted to learn how to protect myself. I don't really have a family anymore, so who would, right?
Tifa's eyes seemed to widen at that statement. No family. Elena seemed to have a similar story to herself. Only Elena's wasn't out of revenge, but self-defense. No one to protect you, huh? Tifa sat back and thought silently for a moment, staring up at the roof as she toned her cheek a bit.
Elena looked at her new roommate inquisitively, a questioning look appearing on her face. She didn't know exactly how dedicated to Shinra Tifa was, but Elena wasn't going to risk telling her that her reason for joining Soldier was for revenge. She just met her, so what if she were to report her or something? Elena couldn't risk it. Her father's honor depended on it. So what could Tifa possibly be thinking about?
It's settled then, Tifa exclaimed, standing and making a fist, holding it in front of herself proudly. Until you can defend yourself and beat up everyone here, she said with a confident smirk, I'll protect you.
Aww.
Then, when Tifa realized exactly how corny that sounded, she rephrased herself. I'll help you out.
Aww.
And holding,
She's like her knight
Yeah.
in shining armor.
Aww. Wait, is this the start of it? Yeah, okay.
Elena stared at Tifa for a moment, not believing what she just said. She'll protect me? The blonde was speechless. No one had ever said that to her before. She's always had to be strong for herself. She's always had to take care of herself because her parents were never around, and her brother was put up for adoption because of delinquency. All she really had was her dog, but even he ran away from her. You really do that? Elena asked, a blush on her face at just the thought.
Of course, Tifa stated. One-san watch over.
No.
Putting her hands on her hips. But just until you can fight me and Tai. She grinned as she sat beside the girl again. Then you'd help me out too, right?
Elena nodded, tears welling up in her eyes and threatening to spill. She didn't allow them to fall, though. Even if Tifa said she'd be there to protect her, Elena would still have to be strong and become stronger.
Hey, now, don't hold back on me, Tifa said.
Aww.
You're allowed to cry sometimes, you know?
Elena smiled at the girl in front of her, thankful to whatever fate brought her to Tifa. A tear slid down her cheek, but it wasn't a tear of sadness. It was the tear of hope, if there is such a thing. Thank you, Sergeant, Elena said, figuring Tifa deserved whatever respect she could give her.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Tifa saluted her lazily, a grin still on her face. From now on, I'll be your family, okay?
Elena returned the salute and nodded again. Okay.
Okay.
Aww, they're
It's
really
cute, right? Yeah. This is just them meeting for the first time. That's where they actually first met. It wasn't in, like, the cave, mythical cave.
Mm-hmm. Whoa, they're already, like, so close together.
Yeah, they gotta watch each other's back in this, like, harsh tech company. Tech company that only has 2 female employees, apparently.
Yeah, because Tifa's alone, and Elena just got here, and she's alone.
Elena, Tifa's now my senpai. Wholesome.
Aww.
どういたしまして. Hi. Tifa and Elena went through training and injections together. It was almost like a routine for them now. Training was a breeze. With the enhancements that the two had received, within a few weeks, Elena was almost up to par with Tifa. Perhaps it was from the encouragement from the higher-ranked girl, or her own drive to become stronger so she wouldn't hold Tifa back. But either way, it worked. She was almost equal to her. The soldiers and scientists definitely expected the two of them to become rivals. Tifa striving to maintain the lead while Elena working to catch up and surpass. But it was quite the opposite. The two worked together like a dream. However, one would have to say that Tifa was better during missions. Tifa was like a born leader when she led missions and operations. She knew exactly what to do in situations to make sure her platoon was safe and her objective completed. She'd execute the plan quickly and efficiently. Technically, Shinra is a conglomerate monopoly. Yeah, that's right. Elena wasn't quite the leader Tifa was, so she was satisfied as... Oh, do you want to read this?
Sure. Elena wasn't quite the leader that Tifa was, so she was satisfied as the one to follow her lead and make sure the plan was done. Soon, it came to the point where she'd want to follow the girl no matter where she went. The way Tifa cared so much and let Elena be herself, no matter what Shinra expected of her, it made her feel wanted. It made her feel like, as long as it was for Tifa, she could die.
Elena never... Oh, wait. There you go.
Elena never voiced her thoughts or feelings like that, though. Tifa would probably get creeped out or something. Though, the way Tifa acted sometimes...
You want to sleep again? Sleep with me again tonight, lady? Tifa said with a wink, sitting on Elena's bed with her elbows on her knees. She watched the girl in front of her with a grin as she was in the middle of changing. Of course, Tifa meant the platonic kind of sleep, but that didn't fail to bring a blush to Elena's face at the thought of it. Oh, here, this is for you.
What a way to joke around, though. And when Elena was changing into her pajamas, too. However, now that Elena was more comfortable around the girl, she was able to counter her statement without restrictions. You sure about that? The last time we did, you couldn't even get up in the morning. She said over her shoulder, since her back was facing Tifa. She was unbuttoning the blouse she had on, so it made sense to at least turn around. But that didn't stop the grin from appearing on her face.
To read forward a little bit just to make sure.
Yep, totally platonic.
Okay. Tifa herself was already dressed in her pajamas. Oh boy, we got nicknames now. Hand-holding and nicknaming, that's right. Already dressed in her pajamas, but she had changed right when she got back. She honestly didn't like to wear the Shinra uniforms, no matter how much armor they provided. Tilting her head to get a better look at Elena's backside, she'd arched an eyebrow. I never noticed that before. Tifa smirked as she leaned back on the girl's bed. That was because you're too cuddly and soft to let go.
Aww. Yeah. Elena's blush deepened at that. No comment. No matter how hard she tried, Tifa always won when they played this game. She finished unbuttoning her shirt and she removed it, rotating her shoulder and cracking her neck a little.
She wins at Yuri
Yuri
chicken.
Yeah.
Yuri chicken. Tifa giggled at the girl's response, but when she removed her shirt and revealed her toned midsection, Tifa felt a lump catch in her throat. She was kind of relieved that Elena was turned the other way because the girl would have caught the pink color in her cheeks. No matter how many times she'd seen the girl change, it was always entertaining to watch.
Quit staring, pervert, Elena said with a laugh.
It looks like Tifa was caught.
Elena had a smug grin on her face as she pulled on a more comfortable white cotton shirt. She sat on Tifa's bed, imitating her earlier pose and putting her elbows on her knees, leaning on the arms.
Yeah, like, you're for real though. At this age, Yuma's brain was fueled by Yuri and fantasy. Yes, 100% yes. Even now, I think my brain is propelled by Yuri and fantasies. Raw Yuri that has yet to be refined, yet the big gay couple. Oh my god. Dash of edginess. Oh yeah, I was so into the two period ellipses.
Yep.
Tifa was a little surprised initially, but she sat up with a calm look on her face. I'm not being perverted. I'm just supervising your progress.
Smooth.
Her eyebrows bounced up and down suggestively.
Boing, boing.
As any good sergeant would do.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Elena's eyes widened and she covered her chest, throwing a pillow at the girl with a deep red on her cheeks. You're still a pervert, Sergeant.
Tifa giggled and caught the pillow, holding it as she stood up from her spot on Elena's bed. She walked over to the other girl slowly, putting emphasis on her steps before she sat down beside the girl on her own bed. Still calling me Sergeant, Elena? Does this seem familiar?
Oh, yeah.
Does this seem familiar?
Yeah.
This is from the second chapter.
Mm-hmm. Elena sat up straight, the same earlier blush still apparent on her cheeks. Being this close to the other girl definitely does something to her composure, because she couldn't even seem to find any words to say. She didn't want to call her Sergeant. She just didn't know she was allowed to be any more personal than that.
I don't call you by rank, do I? Tifa grinned and placed a pillow on Elena's lap. You know me better than anyone else here. A little laugh escaped Tifa's lips as she remained watching the girl.
Elena stared at her, still wordlessly, because she knew what was going to come up next.
You can call me Tifa, you know?
The smile on Elena's face returned, replacing the blush as she nodded. Tifa. Then, once again, she became aware of how close the girl was to her, and the color returned to her cheeks.
The music was perfect in that scene, by the way.
Whoa.
It's like, the part where it just like changed, the part of the song, changed the part of the song when you started reading that part. It was just so good. It's so good. And since you're already on my bed, Tifa started, a lecherous grin appearing on her face. Whoa. She leapt forward and tackled the girl onto the mattress, beginning to tickle her mercilessly. Platonic.
Platonic tickling.
Platonic tickling. Elena, being as ticklish as she was, broke out into fits of laughter and near tears. She squirmed underneath Tifa's weight, but it seemed futile to escape the moment of torture. Tickling. Fuck. Oh. It seemed that once Tifa decided Elena had enough, she stopped and giggled to herself. I never knew you were so ticklish.
Elena was more than a little relieved that the girl stopped, so she took a minute to catch her breath. You're ruthless, she uttered as she exhaled. Then, with a strong counter, she pushed Tifa, so she would be lying on her side beside her.
Tifa allowed the girl to take control for a moment as she watched with her, and she just watched her with a smile. Does this mean you do want to sleep with me?
Whoa!
Platonic!
As long as you don't grow me like last time, Elena said with a grin, kicking the blanket on top the two of them.
Kicking on top.
Like
doing
know,
the
like
pulley thing.
Yeah. You don't want to use your
This
hand.
is a glomp. If I have never fucking read a glomp described before. Tifa grabbed a comb from her own dresser and threw it towards the light switch, hitting it and enveloping the room in darkness.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm. Just as another testament to her skills. She then wrapped her arm around Elena's waist and whispered softly, her grin still visible in her voice, I guess. I can't promise anything.
And then they did it.
They didn't.
Oh.
They didn't. No. They didn't do it. Platonic!
Platonic!
We were actually almost done with this chapter. We can actually finish chapter 4 in this.
Yeah.
Okay. It seemed like the closer Tifa and Elena got to each other, the less they cared about Shinra or Soldier. They both still craved revenge, but it was mutual how much they craved each other. Oh my god. Platonic cuddling, that's right. They both tried to play it off as friendly gestures, neither knowing exactly how the other felt. At least it seemed that way, until a slightly yet typically cloudy day at the end of April.
Slightly yet typically.
I like you, Elena. Or so it seemed. Okay, I'll just say it like that, plain and simple. Tifa said to herself, pacing in her dorm ponderingly. Okay, whatever. Her chocobo slippers should have probably worn a path into the floor by now, but she didn't care. She was reasoning ways to tell Elena that she seriously liked her. But you've already said it so many times before, then I pretend it's like in a friendly way. They craved each other. Craved. Tifa sat down on her own bed and ran a hand through her hair in frustration. Who would have thought risking a friendship that she'll need for the rest of her time here with a few words or actions would be so hard? Mm-hmm. Then again, if all the signs that Elena sent to her were right, then that would mean that she returned Tifa's feelings. Maybe she was too scared to admit it. Maybe she already liked someone else. Maybe.
Hey, Tiff, sorry. Hey, Tiff, I'm back.
Yeah.
Elena called as she entered the dorm, closing the door behind her and locking it out of habit.
Tifa jumped a little, surprised at the sudden entrance. She thought Elena had heard her talking to herself, but didn't seem like it. Hey, how'd it go?
I think it's because I have a cousin named Tiffany, and we call her Tiff.
Don't have that cousin anymore.
Wow.
Not my fanfiction. See?
I'm sorry.
Don't have that cousin anymore.
Out.
You are out of the family. You ruined the fanfic.
Ruined my fanfiction. Anyways. Elena shrugged a bit.
Unless you want to imagine your cousin is Tifa Lockhart, I mean.
No.
If that's the case, you look like your cousin.
In any kind of situation like that.
I'm back. How gay is it going? It's very gay.
Hey. Elena shrugged a bit. I'm not sure, really. Shinra was using them as battle subjects for the new robot prototypes. The engineers...
Remember this, too.
Shinra was using them as battle subjects for the new robot prototypes.
I mean, you didn't need to repeat it, but yes, remember this
It's
part.
important. I gotta say it.
Yeah.
The engineers figured that if they could handle combat with the best soldiers, then they could handle combat with most things. I think the bio department was happy I beat them, but the robot department wasn't. It was amazing, even to Elena, that she could beat those kinds of robots with just gloves on, as well as her armor. Just a few years ago, she would have been decapitated or shot to death if she went up against something of that caliber. Now, she was considered one of the best soldiers. Of course, it was because of the enhancements, but it was also because of her capabilities that she was so strong.
All right, remember this paragraph later on.
Robots.
And the other details as well. Just remember this paragraph later.
Okay, that's right.
And it's not for this chapter. It's actually like a couple chapters later, but
okay.
And we won't read it tonight, and you'll probably forget about it by then. But it's okay.
But you'll bring it up. You're like, do you remember? I'm like, oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Tifa laughed. Excuse me, I burped. Again. Tifa laughed, kicking her slippers off and lying back on the bed. She tried to make it seem like she wasn't nervous or anything. Tifa didn't exactly want her reputation towards the other girl to be ruined. Did you bring me a chunk of it like you said you'd try to? Tifa rolled onto her stomach and faced Elena as the other girl took off her backpack and soldier jacket. However, underneath the jacket, a large gash across her midsection was revealed. Elena! Tifa immediately pushed herself up on the bed in a kind of upward position and gestured for the girl to come closer. How did this happen? She shifted till she was sitting again and motioned towards the cut with a worried expression on her face.
Damn it. Elena thought as she heard Tifa call to her, she noticed. She tentatively took a step closer, looking away with a bit of shame as she sat beside the girl on the bed. It's nothing, really. I just got reckless. Elena saw the look of worry on Tifa's face, and she was kind of glad that Tifa still cared for her so much, but she hated the thought of letting her down or making her ashamed. She wanted to be stronger so Tifa would like her, and not just as friends. It's been itching at her lately, those growing feelings she had for Tifa. She didn't just look up to her now. She didn't just see her as family. Elena wanted Tifa to be much more than that.
So this is a throwback to the finger cut.
Oh yeah.
A lot of parallels
with the bandage.
A lot of parallels from this chapter are also in the previous chapters. Yeah.
It's like foreshadowing.
It is. All of it is. All of that was foreshadowing.
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah, and some of this is also foreshadowing for future chapters.
Oh.
This is what teenage Yuma was thinking
Big
about.
brain.
This is what teenage Yuma was thinking about. The itch. Y'all are memeing on it, but I thought about this stuff a lot. It looks pretty bad. Tifa said softly, bringing a finger. Wait. It looks pretty bad. Tifa said softly, bringing a finger to gently touch the outside of the cut. She saw the girl wince or shiver at the touch, and she pulled back as if she burned herself on a stove. Then she said with a scolding tone, "You should be more careful, Elena." That was probably the difference between them. While Tifa thought situations through during missions and battles, Elena just seemed to rush in without thinking. Either way, Tifa wrapped her arms around Elena's neck and hugged her tightly, hoping she wouldn't aggravate the cut. So she's currently kneeling on the bed, and Elena is standing in front of her, and so she's kind of kneeling, and she's hugging her. Yeah, so they're kind of eye to eye. Magical finger cut and kitchen work, yes. Ah, yes, the cut on the finger, the most dangerous of life-threatening injuries. Correct. You guys aren't noticing how much time Yuma put into connecting the events in her fanfic. Exactly.
Yeah.
Know?ticed.
I do. There's this whole web.
It's a big web. Yeah.
The web with the red yarn.
Yeah. Exactly. It's like, oh, the timeline, it matches. Cinematic universe.
This is part of the Yumaverse right here.
Hugged her tightly so it wouldn't hoping she wouldn't aggravate the cut. Don't ever do that again, okay?
Elena was caught off guard by the sudden embrace, but she smiled and returned the hug, shutting her eyes happily.
Tifa sighed softly, inwardly cursing the soldier uniforms for being so unreliable. I don't want to lose you too. If that cut were a stab or a bullet...
I know, Elena said sadly. Of course she knew. That was why she didn't want Tifa to see her like this. I'll be more careful next time. Plus, this'll heal by the morning. With all the nanomachines and chemicals working inside of her body, Elena knew that she'd be fine and back in training by tomorrow.
That moment was where Tifa realized that despite how enhanced they were or how strong they were, one of them could be taken away at any time. The next mission or battle like the one Elena went through, and they could die as easily as a shot from behind. That meant... who cares about inhibitions or worries? I won't hide from her. I'll just tell her outright. She was going to tell her. Right now. Any second now.
I know that feel. Tifa. Elena started, still holding on to the girl tightly. Remember when you said you liked me?
Tifa's eyes widened. Elena beat her to the punch. She pulled back from the embrace just enough to see the girl's face and nodded. Yeah? Was she going to do it first? Was Elena going to tell her that she liked her back? Maybe she figured it out and it wasn't just out of friendship. Maybe she got creeped out by the thought of Tifa being a lesbian and hugging her. Well, whatever it was, it had Tifa on edge.
How?
Oh, yeah.
It looked like Elena lost a nerve. Actually, never mind. Elena slowly loosened her grip on Tifa's waist and began to pull away, but Tifa wouldn't let her. The sergeant kept a firm grip around her neck and hugged her close again.
Who cares if she turns you down, Tifa? Just as long as she knows. Then, taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and whispered softly into Elena's ear. I like you, Elena, as more than a friend. Tifa just took a giant leap into something she promised herself she wouldn't back out of. It's all in Elena's hands now.
Elena was shocked by the sudden pull, but she wrapped her arms around Tifa's waist again and held her just as tightly, if not tighter, than before. Then, the words came out of Tifa's mouth and into her ear, and before her brain could even fully process the information, she responded, I like you too, Tifa.
Tifa was honestly pleasantly surprised by the response and how quickly it came. She reflexively tightened her grip on the girl and shut her eyes, thinking whatever anomaly up there liked her. Not Shiva anymore? Come on. Shiva!
Elena even surprised herself with the response, but she wasn't going to back off now. The person she stayed with, adored, and basically couldn't stop thinking about, just told her that she liked her as more than a friend. Her mind raced happily, and she almost became dizzy from the bliss that overcame her, but she stayed conscious, as more than a friend.
However, both of them couldn't help but wonder if they were still going to be platonic with each other. Back in the current year, Tifa Lockhart, age 23, slowly fluttered her brown eyes open. A dream. She thought as she looked up at the ceiling of her own bedroom, a dulling, throbbing pain residing in her brain, probably from the effects of the memory remodeling and the fact that her brain was fighting against it. Either way, she remained awake and tried to get her senses focused. There was an old fan a little to the left that she remembered she had to replace, and since summer was coming up soon, she should probably get that done. It was old and rusty, and Tifa could have sworn it was going to fall off. She glanced at the clock. 5 p.m. Crap, I have to open the bar. Should have been opened an hour ago. Tifa moved her arm to help herself sit up, but it was met with a heavy weight on her hand. She blinked and looked at the source. Elena had fallen asleep by her bedside, holding onto her hand.
Aww.
I know.
So sweet.
Did she watch over me the entire time? Or the whole time? Tifa asked herself in her mind. Of course, she didn't know the answer for sure, but that's what it definitely looked like. Tifa smiled warmly at the girl beside her and sat up completely, still holding Elena's hand within her own. Within hers. Thousands of thoughts went through her mind, but the thoughts of how she felt when she was younger burned brightly as she momentarily watched the sleeping form of her friend. She pulled her hand from Elena's grip and gently stroked the sleeping woman's hair. Who would have known? Subconsciously realizing... Oh, here, this is you, actually.
Subconsciously realizing the absence of Tifa's hand from her own, Elena began to stir, searching for the source of warmth. Her search was stopped short, though, when she felt a hand gently petting her. She opened her eyes slowly and looked up without moving her head to see Tifa watching her with a smile on her face. Is this a dream? She asked herself in her head.
Once Tifa saw the girl was awake, she withdrew her hand, staring at Elena as if she couldn't believe she was once the girl that was in her memories. You up, sleepyhead?
Elena blinked when she realized it wasn't a dream. She sat up and looked at Tifa with a panicked, worried expression. Are you alright? You suddenly blacked out when we were talking earlier.
Hang on, let me change the music back because the previous song stopped.
Oh no. Okay, back.
I wish I could just put on repeat. Come on, YouTube.
There's a way. I think there's like a special site you can go to.
I don't want to go to a different special site. Tifa nodded and ran her hand through her own hair. I still have a headache, but I'm fine. She looked at Elena warily, wondering if she remembered the same memories Tifa recalled.
Elena looked at the girl unsurely, as if she doubted Tifa was really okay. She looked fine on the outside, but Elena knew how much those headaches hurt, and it looked like Tifa was having a bad one. Anyway.
Wow, this one doesn't have an S.
Whoa.
Whoa. Young Yuma was platonic AF. Hair stroking, yeah, head patting. She got the head pat.
Aw, I like head pats. Anyway, Elena thought as she fixed her hair habitually, I'll ask her about the memories. She opened her mouth to speak.
Oria! There was rudely interrupted by Reno shoving through angry customers, running up the stairs and into the room without knocking, and saying, "You guys up yet?" He saw that they were sitting up and put his hands on his hips, saying angrily, "It's harder to take care of a bar full of men when all they want to see is the waitress and the owner, yo."
Yo.
Always has been. Yeah, that's right. Let me take a sip of water.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, we're almost done. Tifa noticed that Elena was going to say something, and she was prepared to listen. However, when she saw Reno's intrusion, she glanced at Elena to find she was peeved at the fact she was interrupted.
Elena had her back to the door, so she was free for a moment to have an annoyed look on her face at the interruption. Ugh! Reno! Horrible timing.
Oria and men. That's so funny.
She turned and nodded, waving her hand at him. Yeah, we'll be down in a bit. She just recovered, damn it.
Tifa suppressed the snicker and looked at Reno again. Yeah, thanks for taking care of the bar while I was out. Reno nodded and changed his angry demeanor to a familiar smirk. No problem, boss. Then he turned back to go back down the stairs. It's the least I can do for you, yo, he added in his mind. You better not take too long, yo. It seemed Reno had received similar orders that Rude had. And of course, he couldn't tell his comrades, so this was like his own retribution for what Shinra was going to make him do.
Dun dun
Dun dun dun. Did I have anything personal in this author's note? I don't think so. Okay. Author's note. Wow, there were a few things that could have been done differently in this chapter, and so much I didn't get to fit in because I didn't want to make an "oh my fucking god, what the fuck is wrong with you" long chapter. So look forward to another flashback chapter in the future. XD. School starts tomorrow, so updates will probably be slower. I'm glad I got 4 chapters done during the past weekish. Though. I honestly didn't think I would finish this chapter tonight, but hey, I surprised myself. Thanks for the support, people. We'll need some more support for the next chapter to come soon. Actually, here, let me just slide it up. Because next chapter to come, hint, hint. March 11, 2007, author's note. Yeah, I didn't expect to change much in this chapter, though it made me realize that Tifa had already blacked out once, so it shouldn't make it happen to her again. I edited chapter 10 already. LOL. Yo, boss. Yo, I got your back, yo. Yo. Hey, yo, hey. That's the end of chapter 4.
Wow, we got through 4 chapters.
We did get through 4 chapters. Oh my gosh. What do you all think? Is this fun? Is this entertaining
I think it was good. Like, I like this chapter.
This chapter, you like?
There's a lot of like.
There's a lot of Yuri, and also the like flashback. Well, the parallelism to the previous chapters.
Mm-hmm.
The cliffhanger at the end. Can you imagine reading this like in real time and being like, oh no, what's gonna happen with Reno? What's gonna happen with Rude?
That's a death flag if I ever seen one.
I mean, we'll see. Honestly, this is really, really good. Really? Oh, that was pretty fun. I'm glad you all enjoyed it. This makes me really excited for the visual novel. Perfect. You should be.
Ooh,
We need more of you reading your past work. This is the most fun I've had on my birthday in I don't know how many years. Yay! I'm excited for that, Jacob. This is great content. I'm glad because I know your writing is going to be even better now. Yes, my writing is a lot better than this. XD. Anyways, double ellipses. Dot ellipses. Oh my god. Everything is a bit, you know? It's like, oh, she like smiled a bit. She like slightly. She's a light pink tinted blush on her face. Ugh.
You could do like a Control F on the word slightly. See how it
goes up? Slightly. Wait, wrong one.
Yeah.
Control F. Wait, why isn't it Control Effing?
Is it on the bottom? I think LibreOffice puts it on the bottom.
Oh, I see. Slightly. Find all. Slightly. One word. Okay.
Final. No, there's only one.
There's only one.
Oh, okay.
But I bet you bit. Final. Bit late.
Habit. There's a bunch of bit going on here. 18 times I said bit.
Whoa.
And, you know, I had this, like, weird obsession with, like, repeating words for emphasis.
Uh-huh.
Like, if she was like, let me see this. Like, small woman girl still holding her. Okay, well, like, so it's like, oh yeah, she was thinking thoughts, and yes, thousands of thoughts, and like, so many thoughts. I just had to like drill it into the reader's mind. I was like, people are gonna.
By the way,
miss
did I
details.
mention the thoughts?
Yeah, and also like I had to point out some of the things that I mentioned before. So like, oh yeah, you notice that this part's similar to the cut on her hand, or like, oh, this part's similar to the this is the part from when in chapter 2 that she remembered her, like, she like, don't call me Sergeant, just call me Tifa. Yeah, honestly, word repetition for emphasis is great. Oh, awesome. Stroke Yuma's hair for 2,000 subs. Yuma YouTube exclusive content. Yes. Can't wait for Yuma to voice Tifa and Nitori to voice Elena in Final Fantasy 7.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to hop in to my Final Fantasy 7 playthrough when Erica and I reach
The part with Elena.
I mean, Elena's not in the game a lot. Like,
Yeah,
Elena
yeah.
it's so hard to find anything about Elena. And so that's why I had so much freedom to make her character.
Oh.
Yeah, she had like daddy issues and mommy issues and brother issues and dog issues.
Oh my god.
Brain power is happening, yes. So I was able to, I actually became really invested in Elena's character after a while because she didn't have as much backstory that Tifa had. And so
right. All this Elena is like you're doing.
Yeah. All of that stuff is all like, she like never mentions her parents until before Crisis came out. Then you find out that she has a sister. And I was like, that ruins everything. So yeah, I actually made it. I never mentioned this later in the story, but the brother and the dog, nobody will get this unless they've fucking played Final Fantasy 7. But the brother and the dog was supposed to be Rufus, who's the president of Shinra right now, because he was adopted by President Shinra. So she's supposed to be, because I mentioned how blondes are rare in Final Fantasy 7, right?
Oh, so they all come from like the same.
So they all came from the same family,
Oh.
yeah. So Rufus is actually Elena's like brother by blood, but he was adopted, and that's why he's kind of an asshole in the game.
Because he was adopted.
Well, because he was adopted, and he didn't like, he wasn't treated very well by President Shinra. So many thoughts, I can't carry them all. Yes, so many thoughts. Oh yeah, characters with little background are fun to develop on. Totally.
Yeah.
He has one dog in the boss fight. Yes, he has not Interceptor. Frick, that's the other Final Fantasy. He has a dog, and I can't remember the dog's name. But in the fight,
so that's his dog.
it's his dog. It was their dog, and
Yeah.
like he took the dog with him when he got adopted.
Oh,
Yeah.
whoa.
So I like dug up some deep stuff from Final Fantasy 7. I fucking love this game. I have no attachment to these characters, so these are versions of the characters I do not that I know, not the game or official media. Yeah, that's awesome. Damn, that's deep, right? The first fight you have with him. Yeah. I love some fics centered around Maria Ross from FMA. Oh, I would love to read some stuff like that's around the side characters of Full Metal Alchemist, because you know you get to know a lot about freaking what are their names? The brothers,
Right.
Ed and Al. Did you watch Full Metal Alchemist? No? Okay. That's fine.
It's all like the first episode.
Yes. Oh, okay. That's fine. I don't know. It might not be your cup of tea.
I guess. I
It's
feel like
really
I still have an
dark.
obligation
It's really
to watch it.
good. It's.
I don't know. I'll watch it someday.
Brotherhood is really good. It's definitely an improvement upon
That's
the
what I've
original.
heard, yeah.
Lore Master Yuma. I freaking love. I also love Final Fantasy 7, so I know all the things you're talking about. Yes! Perfect! Okay, well, I think that that's a good place to stop. End of chapter 4. The next time we read this will be whenever I reach.
You
What
want
is
to do
it?
500? You want to do 250?
In my head, I want to do 500 because it's a nice, like, halfway number. You know what I mean?
Between this and 2000.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was like, maybe I should do 2000 because, like, but I wouldn't want to leave people hanging.
Yeah.
Everyone on Mustang Squad should have a chapter or two about them. Ooh, Yuma's going to trap you in her room and force you to watch anime. I've never actually played Final Fantasy 7. That's okay. You don't have to, like, the Final Fantasy 7 original is what I based this all off of. So, and Advent Children is what I based all of this off of. And even Advent Children, I got some of the details wrong. But yes, I'm going to. Maybe I should stream it someday. You should totally stream it. Everyone should stream Final Fantasy 7 and tell me all their reactions. And like,
sure.
I mean, if you've watched my playthroughs, Erica and I go deep in some of the things. We're like, oh, there's like this thing here, and
look at material here.
It's like, oh, I never noticed that they were so lewd right here. Yeah.
It's different from a first-time playthrough.
It's definitely different from a first-time playthrough. First-time playthrough, there are a lot of details that you'll miss because the translation is so bad.
Oh my god.
But, and like, the remake actually recreates a lot of that and makes it make a lot more sense. So after the point that we're not in Midgar anymore in the original, Erica and I are actually going to play the remake.
Oh, like go back. And
yeah,
like, okay,
and
this
so
is how
that
it
you
actually
play
was.
through it again to see what like the interpretation of it was, you know, however 20 years later.
Then I'm gonna have to get through Final Fantasy 7 before you guys get there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, please. It's my favorite game.
Okay.
If you want me to like hang out, I will 100% hang out.
Okay.
Yeah.
The way to Yuma's heart is Final Fantasy 7.
Apparently. I mean,
I
clearly from this fan fiction clearly shows that the way to my heart. Anyway, I want to say things like, oh, why don't we find someone to raid? Do y'all want to do like an unofficial raid? Like maybe we could
do that. Just like send everyone over to a Twitch
streamer,
or
is there a YouTube streamer that y'all want to try to raid? Like,
can you raid YouTube streamers?
No, well, you can send everybody to someone's stream.
Oh. Yeah, we can send them all to Calliope.
Calliope? She has 13k watching already. She doesn't need 18 more. Isn't the remake like the first few hours of the game? It is, yeah. So when you finish Midgar, so right now I'm at the point that's like, what point am I at? Shinra HQ. A bunch of stuff happens. A bunch of things happen that I don't know if people will appreciate me saying. Yancha's live. Oh, okay. Let's read Yancha.
Okay.
Twitch.tv.
But yeah, unfortunately, the remake is being released in parts, right? So like
Twitch sings. Nitori TV is doing Twitch sings right now.
Oh, it's Emiko. Emiko's singing.
Emiko's singing.
Dang, that's a treat.
And Never Deny Kai's is doing Yakuza 0.
It's good. It's a good set of people.
There's so many good people streaming right now.
Angelic Waffle.
Double Jugs raid? No.
Yasha would appreciate that.
What's Simulacra? Have you heard of that before?
I haven't, no.
Okay, well, before we do that, I wanted to show off what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, which will be, let me just add in the image of my schedule for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a big day.
Yes, it will be. Let me find the schedule really quick before I send y'all over. 24-hour schedule here.
Yay.
Done. And then
stream.
Swap it over.
Someday.
Click it. Go.
One of these days.
Transition.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no. I hate it. There it goes.
Hey,
there you are.
There you are.
Okay. This is the schedule.
So many of us.
This is the schedule for my 24-hour raid starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time.
Woo!
We're going to start off with Spelunky. We're going to do the Cyberpunk Red campaign. Take a break in Genshin Impact, Human Fall Flat, Among Us, Project Winter, Sea of Thieves, Word Wolf, ASMR Keep Talking, Fall Guys, Choice Chamber, or Spooky's House of Jump Scares.
Spooky.
And last of all, ending off with Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy.
Yay!
There you are.
That's me 24 hours later getting over it.
Yeah,
oh
it's
God.
gonna be like this is after 4 hours, and I'm okay. You know, like I'm used to streaming at least 4 hours each time.
We had a 12-hour stream.
And like you and I have had a 12-hour stream. And even then, I felt like I could have kept going.
Mhm.
And like pretty much every time I have a 12-hour stream, I feel like I could keep going. Love the schedule art. You look great. Thank you, Choco Jacks, for the schedule art. That was my 30K channel points for doing. Hell yeah!
It looks
Everybody
so
go
good,
follow
though.
Choco Jacks on Twitch.
Oh yeah.
It's so pog, so much, yeah. Choco art of you looks great, yeah. People were saying that it looks like Yuma got a short haircut, and I was like, oh. I mean, I can see it.
Yeah.
Like if you just like take out the ponytail in the back, you can imagine like the bob cut.
Yeah, it's like a bob cut
Mhm.
because the ponytail's a little bit darker. So
Yeah,
you can like
you can kind of imagine.
like cover it. Yeah.
I'll definitely be here for Genshin. Yay! I'm only adventure rank 10. And so adventure rank 10 is when you can pull again. So I was like, ooh, I'm gonna pull on stream.
Pull the stream.
Yeah.
Yay.
But yes, Yuma's not going to let Nitori sleep.
Ah!
You're hanging out for some of this late night stuff.
Yeah, I'm hanging out
Until
from...
Word Wolf?
I can't see from here, but like sometime at like in the
Yeah.
evening all the way to like 2 or 3 a.m.
Yeah,
It'll be a while.
something like that. I think 4.
Yeah, like 4.
Yeah,
4
like
a.m.
4.
It's gonna be
Someday I'll
fun.
get 30
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, someday I get 30K points for Jax. Yeah. All right, let's all send you over to Yancha.
Yeah, let's go right Yancha.
Yancha,
We're gonna
and
do double
jug raid. We'll do
Yay.
it. We'll do double jug raid. And because this is YouTube only, it won't have a
alert. So
An
just
alert.
Do, like unofficial
yeah,
double jug.
unofficial double jug raid.
Yep.
Yeah. Tori's gonna be in 10 out of these 24 hours. Really?
Yeah, I think it's 10.
Oh, because you're playing Spelunky.
Yeah.
And then you take a break.
Mhm.
And up until, are you playing Human Fall Flat?
Yes.
Yeah, basically Human Fall Flat until end of Project Winter, and then Word Wolf.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
take a break for Sea of Thieves and I come back for Word Wolf.
Sea of Thieves, yeah.
Yep.
Double jug raid. All right, nice seeing y'all again. Nice seeing you, Isabella. Oh my god.
Oh, what
Thank
a
you
throwback.
so
Thanks
much for
yeah,
hanging
thanks for
out.
coming.
All right, everybody go over to twitch.tv/yanchagogo. Where is the real chat? Okay, chat, let's be real right now. Okay, here.
I'm being real, you chat.
twitch.tv/yanchagogo.
Yep. There we go.
And we'll
And we're
say
doing unofficial double jug raid.
double jug raid Yuma ya hey like that, I think.
Hey.
I think it should work, right?
I think so because
Yuma,
emotes
yeah.
is just
Hey.
just text.
Yeah. Alrighty, I'm gonna send you over. I hope that you all go, because it will... See you tomorrow, Yuma. You made not only my Friday, but my birthday. You're making me cry like normal. Aww, J-Curve. I'm so happy to hear
I'm
that.
happy we could celebrate your birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, J-Curve.
All right, everybody, let's go over to Yancha. Let's go. Thank you again, Nitori, for...